Yep, live.
We're live. G'day. I'm Dean. Hello, everyone.
Welcome to
This is not my
ComicsMATE
channel.
Live.
Yeah.
We are the man who
guys sound
talks
like
funny.
you sound like substitute teachers. Like, yeah, g'day everyone. I'm Dean. I'll be your teacher. I'll be your teacher
Don't worry.
today. Mr. James, you're right on the board, Mr. James.
We're the men who talk funny.
Yep.
We're from a nation who drinks low carb beers, and we still call ourselves heroes.
I think that's the way to go. We need to have these really Aussie intros where we're doing like, you know, Kills Kellaway, the man so Australian his toilet seat leaves itself up. You know, like this.
Well, anyway, we've been talking for about an hour, but we weren't live because we
knew we
yeah,
weren't
that's
live.
how we
You were the
roll.
only one that didn't know we weren't live.
Yeah. And so we had this great conversation about Suicide Squad and everything that you will never hear about. So we're going to move on from that.
I don't think we've seen anything too original though.
I got something
No.
we should show. I got something we King Masabi would love to see.
Oh,
Yeah, he's got me worried.
This could be anything.
Literally could be anything.
Oh, right. I saw this earlier.
Yeah, I saw it on Twitter. And somebody posted saying, "Oh, this is the new Batwoman design from CW. Check it out." I'm like, it looks exactly the same as the old one, but with a different person.
Someone
Like,
else inside the
what's there to
costume.
check out? It's not like even if you were to do huge
They put a little bit of
redesign,
red in there.
flip the colors, and just even if you did something really drastic, it's still. I mean, you can't go too far with the bat suits. It's basically pointy ears and the cape to some variation. I don't know. I don't think it looks bad. It just looks like a decent cosplay. Like, it doesn't look.
I think the costume looks fine, but it's the execution of it all. It's like, you know, it's TV, so you give it a bit of extra leeway or whatever.
The costume actually looks better than Margot. Than what's the name? The silly fucking Ruby Rose.
Ruby Rose, yeah. Yeah. It still looks like, yeah, crappy CW stuff. But my main issue with it is that it's like I don't even need to watch this, okay? She's going to be a lesbian. She's going to be a person of color. And, you know, basically it's another person stealing from the person who stole from Bruce Wayne. So now we've just got like a line of thieves stealing Batman's stuff. And the one thing that, like, you know, looking at it, as I said, the design and stuff doesn't bother me too much. It's CW, shitty TV show. What bothers me is that they've made the eyes look worse. Like, I want the white eyes on a batsuit. You know what I mean? I want that in the future one day. But now they've not only not done the white eyes, but they've removed the black makeup from around the eyes. And let's be honest, we all know why they did that. They've done that because it's a black chick. She's already black around the eyes, you know, nudge, nudge. So you can't fucking say that. Like, what the hell? Do you get what I'm saying? Like, it would look infinitely
if she had
better.
black around the eyes, it would look very different.
It would look infinitely better. It would just be a massive improvement from the start. But, you know, they're not going to do that because they think they're being clever when we're looking at it going, holy shit, that's racist as hell.
It'll bomb.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the
I
other
can't
one
wait
was
to
bombed
watch
already.
Yeah. I watched the whole first season's reviews by Heel versus Babyface. I haven't seen an episode of the first season at all. And I'll probably do the same thing with this.
No, I won't watch it.
Yeah.
I can't wait for
Yeah, I
everybody
didn't
to jump
watch
in
season
and
one.
tell us how great it is and why we're wrong for not liking it. Which is it's a weird dichotomy. They're like, oh, it wasn't made for you. It's like, well, I like Batwoman before you did, but okay, you're the one you're the one who's got the money and the woke crowd backing you and giving you all the funds to make this show. So you've made this show. It's not for me, so I won't watch it. And then we don't watch it and it bombs. And they say, how dare you not watch it? So you cannot.
Yeah, they did that with Birds of Prey.
I was about to say that.
Man, why didn't you watch it?
I tried.
I was about to say exactly that because men did actually watch it. It was women that didn't go and see that movie. Yeah, let that sink in.
And then I saw this thing about Batwoman, the Barbara Gordon joining Antifa in the latest issue of Batgirl.
Right. Yeah, that was on YouTube earlier. Was it Yellow Flash or Zach? It was someone, but I saw that video earlier on YouTube. Yeah, because Batgirl's already cancelled, they're just like, fuck it, let's do whatever we want. And she straight up jumps into the Antifa thing, grabs the hands of like 2 randoms and joins in.
It's like a lot of things. It's about context. Like if you know the Antifa's obviously a violent hate group.
Antifa's just an idea. I don't know what you're talking about, King Wasabi.
But if you know they made it so that the mayor of the city was somehow really, truly, awfully dystopian level dictator, and Antifa, the Antifa analogs, I don't know if they're actually going to be called Antifa or if they just have a visual resemblance. If the Antifa analogs were really, truly fighting against an unjust government, you know what I mean? Like they're just as likely to set up a Trump-esque, visually Trump-esque mayor or bad guy to be the straw man. They say, oh, look how evil this guy is. Of course, anybody fighting against him has to be a good guy. And then
I'm expecting that.
Yeah, and then draw the good guys to look like Antifa. It's so ham-handed. It's like you're getting completely dishonest, guys, because Trump's not that bad. And to quote Fleckus, he's not that bad. Is he the best? No. Is he the worst? No. He's just not that bad. He's just not that bad. Have you seen Fleckus talks and his little? He just goes down the street. He just talks to people.
I was about to say that.
Yeah, trying to get people to admit that Trump's not that. You know, there's a lot worse.
He goes. His whole thing is he goes, yeah, he's bad, but come on, he's not that bad. And then so many of them are like, yeah, all right.
Yeah. Once you get them to that point, yeah. So I could imagine that. Yes, they've made the bad guys look like. They've made the good guys, finger quotes, look like Antifa. They've made the bad guys some sort of Trump-like dictator. And that's going to justify Batgirl's actions. Turns out I can't play a video game and stream at the same time. I just keep dying.
Oh.
I was going to share the screen, but it won't let me. StreamYard's got something against sharing screens.
Sounds like you need to get good.
I'm way past any chance of getting good. The older I get, the worse I get at video games. My reflexes are rubbish. Like stuff like any of the Souls games. I bought Bloodborne ages ago. I can't get anywhere with it. I just can't. I can't get the time. I spent like a week trying to beat the Blood-starved beast. It's just beyond me now. I think
that's just your arthritis, Lee.
Yeah, man. Right. Yeah, you're not wrong.
That happens to everyone. I swear to God, me as a 10-year-old would kick the crap out of me at any game. You know, compared to me these days.
I'm still alright at Tekken and stuff, but some of this other stuff, it's just one-on-one's okay because you just got to deal with the one thing. But I don't know. Any of the Souls games I'm really bad at. And any like shooters, first-person shooters, not that I'm a big fan of those.
I
love the aesthetics.
I absolutely love it. I've played a lot of. I think I'm up to like, it's nothing compared to half of the other players. I've played like 50 to 100 hours of Dark Souls, and for me, that's a lot. You know, like I buy games and stuff more than I actually play games. You know, most of my games I only play for like 10 hours or something. But yeah, Dark Souls is one of the ones that I've played a lot of, and I'm terrible at it, but it's so fun. And it just runs so perfectly smooth, and it looks so good. And it's just a great game.
The world and the lore and the way they've got this like it's not explicit at all. It's very implicit. You've got to go in and cover the world yourself.
It doesn't tell you a thing. It's just like, all right, anyway.
And some of the descriptions are the descriptions are like bright amber sparks. This spark was used by people in some time to do some things. Like that doesn't help me, man. That's the most esoteric, unconnected. Everything's like old wives' tales. All the loading screens like these unconnected old wives' tales, and you sort of got to get bits and pieces from them all and form some idea of what it is in your mind. It's just absolutely fantastic. I've never seen anything like it. I hate that I'm so bad at it.
Yeah, exactly. And you come across a difficult video game and you think, okay, I'll talk to the community. I'll make some friends in there and then they'll help me through the game. You turn on the community messages and you'll get a thing over the edge of a cliff and it'll say jump, secret down here, and it just kills you. And it turns out the entire community is just trolling you as well because they want you to suffer. That's what Dark Souls is. So
yeah, I got to the point I wasn't even reading the tips anymore because it's such a great system. It's spooky because it says, beware of ambush or something like that, and you go, well, is there really an ambush, or are you just messing with me?
Yeah, boss fight ahead or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Although the boss fights are pretty obvious when they come in. But Dean, you don't have time to be playing games anyway, mate. You're making a comic, from what I hear.
I'm super busy lately. I tend to. I'll be like, all right, I'm completely free, and then I'll just overbook myself. Mm-hmm. So I'm in the middle of doing that. Like I'm doing the cartoons. I'm redesigning Calloway's face.
That's a big job.
It is a good face.
Yeah, that is a big job. And then I'm also
Lee's reaction in the chat when I sent him the first blurry picture.
You look exactly, from what I can see, you look exactly like what I thought you would.
Yeah, I thought he would be bigger, but yeah, that's about right as well. That's what I pictured as well, except I thought he'd be bigger.
Like every bloke you've ever seen at the bar at the pub who got in to order a beer before you did, and you think, you bastard, I was here first. But he'll order some Pabst Blue Ribbon top shelf, set it as good old VB.
Yeah, some fancy bullshit.
You're gonna get me copyright strike with that shit.
Oh, we can't have that.
It's a good cold beer. The best cold beer is Vic.
No way.
They do have good ads though. They do have good ads.
The only ads I remember is like I don't remember any other beer ads as a kid. Do you remember?
I like the old
Tooheys. I feel like
the old Powers ads. Your granddad used to drink the old Powers. And
I don't remember that.
Yeah. Oh, I don't remember it either, but I saw some ads when I was a kid. They were pretty funny.
Yeah. Do you remember the Carlton Draft? The "It's a Big" ad. That's the best ad ever made. Beer ad.
Is that where they're all heaps of people in different coloured shirts or whatever running in?
Yeah. They're all in like robes, and they make the giant man drinking the giant beer. Yeah.
That's
beer ads are all different now, eh? Like they used to be all funny.
They're always going to be different, but yeah, they used to be a lot better.
Some of the Great
Northern ones, but yeah, they're good because they advertise like your camping and all that sort of stuff. But like even our VB ad or the old ones, even Foster's, some of them were funny.
Yeah,
whereas they're a bit more different.
You know why they don't do that? You know why they don't anymore, right? It's because of toxic masculinity.
Don't enjoy beer.
Well, yeah, it's because men like beer and men are bad. You just sit there like, yeah, that's true. Let's just cop that. That is not true at all. What the fuck?
That's not true.
Thank you. Oh my god.
You need to clip that.
Yeah, the fact that you just sat there silently, like, yeah, sorry. Like, what the fuck?
I don't believe that at all. Men are the conquerors, men are the explorers, men are the builders. I've said before, I'd rather be a homeless man than a billionaire woman. I've said that to you guys more than once. I'd rather be some homeless dude on the street, having to start from scratch, having to go to the employment agency, go to the homeless shelter, get myself cleaned up, go to the employment agency, get an entry-level job and work my way up. I'd rather do that than switch genders right now and have $1 billion in the bank. Well, because $1 billion if I don't have my gear, you know?
It's like every woman and whoever hears this is going to go, what the fuck? And every man is like, yep.
Because the same should be true as well. You know, I don't know why people are so scared of being proud of what they are. I'm proud of being a man. I'm proud of being white. I don't have a problem with either of those things. And people want to try and, they want to shame you. You know, and I've worked in multi-ethnic communities, and I've run programs and stuff for the kids there, and they'll say, "Oh, sir, this is racist and that's racist." And I'm like, "No, boys, you've got to be proud of who you are. If you're this, you're this. If you're that, you're that. Be proud of it. Own it. Work with it. Lean into it." Yeah. You know, if you wake up in the morning, you look in the mirror and you think, "Oh, gee, I wish I wasn't black. Or, gee, I wish I wasn't white. Or, gee, wish I wasn't a man." You imagine how miserable you'd be. It was like, what sort of the disconnect that would create in your head every day. Every time you do something right, you're like, yeah, I did something right, but it doesn't really count because I'm so awful. I love being me. I wake up in the mirror and I'm like, hello, handsome. It's a good day. I wake up and I'm me. That's a good day. Ends in a Y. I
completely agree. Like, there's no shame in whoever you are. And like, it's one of those things that you can't help. So why the hell fight it? Why would you hate yourself for something that you can't change? And if it is something you can change, like, being overweight, or, if you're a man who wants to be a woman or something like that, change it. Like, if it is something you can change it. And if it's not something you can change, then why worry about it at all? It's not something that any decent person's going to judge you for.
Well, that's a great point, man. And in particular, I've said with blokes, like, I feel like any bloke that's like, blokes can't affect. My brother's losing his hair. He's a couple of years younger than me, and he's almost got no hair left. And I'm coming up to 40. And
I've got 30 and I got none.
Yeah, and I've
really?
Got this,
oh fuck!
Yeah, I'm
not
bugging.
thick as fuck hair.
I got the thickest mop of hair, man. I got like Jason.
So do I.
So you know, so I
I
feel
got a
bad.
receding hairline, but that's about it. My hairline's starting to creep back, but my hair is still thick as fuck at the top.
When my
I had a
camera
receding
gets
hairline by the time I was 10.
No shit.
Yeah, it's facts. I got my
You
dad
poor
and my
bastard.
granddad's hairdo. Yeah, I got nothing.
Fuck.
started going grey at 19.
No shit.
But I mean, like I've said to plenty of hairdressers, I don't care what color my hair is as long as it stays in. It could be, I was going to say it could be bright pink. Now, literally, I'd rather have full bright pink hair than no hair, whatever color I want, because it doesn't matter what color it is, because I got none. When my camera gets here, you'll see my glorious hairline. But like blokes, they get judged on with how much hair they got, the size of their dick, and how tall they are. That's not something that any guy can control. So, like, my brother's like 5'8", and he's receding hairline. I have no idea the size of his penis, because that's weird and irrelevant to the conversation. But I just feel, I feel bad for him, because it's not something he can control. He can't make himself taller. He can't grow his hair back. And the same for any dude that, you see these these memes and stuff with women like, when his height starts with 5 something. I'm like, poor buggers, because not that I pity them for being 5'11" or 5'10" or 5'9" or 5'8" or whatever. I don't pity them for that. I pity them for the fact that they're going to be judged by that when that's not a good judge of character. It's not, like a tall person doesn't make a good person, a short person doesn't make a bad person. People are people. It's ridiculous to, I got on my high horse now, it's just ridiculous to have a go at someone for saying they can't control.
Yeah.
No, I completely agree.
People have, eh?
What's that, mate?
You know what tall people have, eh?
Trouble finding clothes that fit.
Oh, I was going to say trouble finding clothes that fit. What do they have?
That dude, long legs.
That's a dad joke right there. That's a dad joke level up. I'm like, what's he going to say? It's maybe something spicy. Long legs. I might jump over into Photoshop, boys, and get something happening while we're having a chat. Because I can chat and talk. I'm absolutely getting slaughtered here on Fallout. I'm just having an absolute rotten time of it. So I better switch gears, I think. And half the reason
put some links in new books that you've backed too, and we'll look at them.
Righto.
I'm happy to do that. I've backed a few in the last couple of weeks too.
That's not a contest.
Put them in the chat, and we'll.
It's only not a contest to those who are losing. Here we go. Oh, let's see how this one's doing. I'll share this one straight away. Let's do that. Da, 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 da. Banana Boat. This song's been stuck in my head for days. If you go back to that stream, abductee stream, I'm humming that song. It's been in my head for that long.
It's awful.
Yeah.
I've been singing Golden Girls for the last 3 days.
Me too. Ever since your clip, I can't stop singing it. But that's only a good thing. Like, no one's going to complain about that. A classic song.
Thank you for being a friend.
Classic, absolute classic.
I should have been a 50s baby. I take the daughter to school, and every morning, like the missus has her hooked on new wave country and pop music and Justin Bieber and shit. So I take it when the missus is at work. I take her to school and I play a bit of Elvis and Dean Martin and Frank Sinatra and all that shit.
Johnny Cash and shit.
Oh,
hey! I love Johnny Cash.
My dad loves Johnny Cash.
Johnny Cash is legit the greatest musician, singer, songwriter of all time. The daughter, she loves him. Like, she loves Johnny Cash. Like, Ring of Fire is her favorite song. But that's a banger.
Yeah, she hates other Johnny Cash stuff. She hates Elvis, but she tries to sing along, but she wants to act all tough and scream and block her ears. But she secretly loves Elvis too.
I've got Elvis and Johnny Cash and Dolly Parton on in my car on rotation. And
she loves Dolly Parton too.
Yeah, if you like Johnny Cash and Elvis, there's another bloke that used to get around with him. He didn't get as much acclaim. He only died a couple of years ago. I saw him in concert one time. It's fantastic. His name is Tony Joe White. So just like Tony, then Joe and White. And he's amazing. Like, I actually reckon he's probably better than either of those two put together. He's got real Louisiana type, down south, like sort of swampy, real slow music. It's just fantastic. He a lot of Elvis's songs and Johnny Cash did covers of a lot of his music and stuff. Poke Saladini that Elvis sings. That's originally a Tony Joe White song. So check him out if anybody is a fan of Johnny Cash and Elvis.
Have you heard of White Buffalo?
Yeah, he's good.
The guy he's the soundtrack for the Punisher TV show and shit. He's like a bit of sounds a bit like Johnny Cash, I reckon. Yeah,
he's got a bit of overlap there. His song, The Whistler, is haunting.
I love Into the Woods is the best, I reckon. Love that song.
This other bloke I come across the other day, he's called The Heavy Horses, and it sounds like a whole band, The Heavy Horses, but he does everything. He does the vocals, the guitar, all the backing music and everything, and it's all really very heavily Western, like old school, Civil War type, about how some bloke will come back from the war to find that his family's been killed by soldiers of the opposite side, so he buries everything but his guns and goes on a quest of vengeance. This is storytelling music, and it's so haunting and it's so sad, and it's just amazing. Heavy Horses. He just does it all by himself.
Who sings it?
He's called The Heavy Horses. Heavy.
What's the song called?
Oh, he's got 2 albums out. He just releases himself. I couldn't tell you the exact name of the song because all the songs, there's like sort of tells not one big story but similar. So it's all set within the same era. It's all like it's all about cowboys. It's all about them either murdering someone or getting revenge for someone. Like it's all very, very similar stuff.
Pale Rider, In Darkness,
Pale Rider's a good one.
Anyone Can Tell.
Yeah, they're all good songs.
Even just the cover on that album looks good. The butterfly thing and the noose.
Check it out, man. Like when you get a spare 40, 50 minutes, sit down and listen to that. I think you'll like that. Especially if you like White Buffalo. There's a lot of overlap between this guy. Poor Dean's got nothing to talk about. He's sitting there like an old bugger's talking about country music. I want to talk about the Biebs. I want to talk about Justin Bieber. Come on, boys.
He wants to lift Taylor Swift.
No. I'm just tweeting this out to everyone so everyone can listen to you guys talk nonsense.
Oh, yeah, I forgot to tweet it out. That's right.
Yeah, no shit.
Damn. Righto, Dean, go through your stuff.
Go through what stuff? What am I going through?
King of Stubby, stop talking. This is like pigs flying. Quick, get in there.
What? This never happens. All right, quick. Muting so we can play the trailer.
Never happens.
Okay. You have got a mute button. That's true.
Yeah, just mute everyone, and then I'll just play the trailer so we're not in silence.
I'm putting links in the chat, girls, for projects.
He couldn't shut up.
My name is Sydney Valentine, and I'm a survivor. A revenant slaughtered everyone I love, including my daughter. They're evil spirits, back from the dead who wield machetes and tire irons, and a bullet to the head won't stop them. After one butchered his congregation, St. George claims God called him to hunt the revenants, and he's recruiting survivors to join him. Most won't make it out alive, but at least they're taking a stand. God has his book of life, and St. George has his kill journal.
This is what happens when you mute me. You get dead air.
Were you muted?
No.
Don't blame us. But yeah, the Kill Journal, I backed this day one. I absolutely love this, and I'm very happy to see that it has been funded, so there's no chance of missing out. It's got 10 days left, so if you still haven't gotten in, come check this out, because it's got this beautiful leather-bound book here. This was the main reason it was a day one sale for me. I was like, holy crap, it's like so fancy. I'm a simple man. But yeah.
Some projects you look at, you just know they're going to be funded. You're like, yeah, whether it might not do 200K, but it might do the 20K it's asking for, whatever the numbers are. I don't know what the numbers are, but some books you look at and you just go, yeah, it'll be right. She'll be right. She'll be funded.
It needed 16K, and it's got it.
Yeah.
So I think that's something like 10K US. But yeah, looks great. It has a former Wolverine artist, like a former pro Marvel artist working on here. The interior looks different than this picture that you're looking at right now, though, I feel like I should warn you guys. I found that out afterwards, but the interior still looks fine. Like, it doesn't look bad at all, so I'm not disappointed that I backed it. But maybe there's some pages down here now because it's a bit further along. I don't know. Oh, yeah, there we go. We've got some interior art here. But it's a different artist than the artist that we've seen on the promotional images, which I know a lot of people, that does piss off some people, but as I said, the interior art looks fine as well, so it's not like it's an issue.
Yeah, I do get a bit disappointed sometimes when the interior is different than the cover. But the worst offenders on the comic book shelf, you know, when you're in your store and you see something, yeah, looks good, I'll pick that and have a look at that. If you flip it open, the inside's like some Dynamite level art, and you just think, oh, no, you're not getting my money.
Now,
you got
to think it's sealed, like it's a sealed graphic novel, a hardcover collection or something, and you can't actually see inside, and it has some awesome picture on the front. That's the worst, because I've had that happen to me a couple of times.
I thought it was almost a Resident Evil comic when I first see it. She said Sydney Valentine instead of Jill Valentine. And like even like they're going for a very Resident Evil vibe, like the sound track behind it, the voiceover. It sounds like Alice's intro at the beginning of all the Resident Evil movies. You know, that very, not almost monotone sounding statement of facts. Here's what's come before, and just talking about these awful things in a very regular voice, like, hey, this is our world now. These things don't die. They don't die easy. So I think it's definitely fans of Resident Evil and stuff like that. But it also with the light coloring and all the, it's almost got a Mad Max feel as well. The sort of post-apocalyptic, all the hockey masks and it's here with the side, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, so, I feel it. Yeah, I can completely agree there. And like, just like, look at this. This thing sells itself. You know, I'm so glad this one got funded because we recently had, it was Sidekick Island that didn't get funded. And that was one that I was, as you said a minute ago, you know, sometimes you can just see them and that's going to be fine. I honestly thought that was going to be fine. I didn't worry about it at all. I figured I'd just go and back it in, you know, like a month or something. And yeah, now it's over and it wasn't funded and it just never got made. And that's incredibly disappointing. So I'm very happy to see this one.
More and more we're seeing these small projects. I don't even, you know, Liam had Only Death Can Save Us, the bloke who does Only Death Can Save Us on his show the other day. And, you know, it's made its funding goal, but it's a very low funding goal. I think it's only like a 4-figure, maybe even just early 5 figures, like 10 or 11K. And Liam was saying this book should be doing 25K easy. And it looks fantastic. It's Bronze Age. It's got that flat Bronze Age coloring style that I really miss because sometimes people overcomplicate colors these days. There's some people's artwork, like Derek Robertson. I don't think his artwork needs the high level of detail that it gets in the color. Some flatter colors would really benefit his gritty style. Don't grit your teeth. You only get 2 sets. And I don't know, this guy, he's on there saying, you know, he's given up everything. He's quit his job and his missus is supporting him and he's put everything he's got into this artwork, and the artwork looks fantastic. He got picked up by Marvel, like in a talent search, I think is the story, and he wasn't able to go because there's illness in the family, so he couldn't take that opportunity. Now, 10, 20 years later, he's come back to have a go, and his art looks legit. Like, I'd love to draw as well as this guy does. And he barely just made it over the funding. I think it's showing more and more. Grabbing an oar isn't always enough because everybody can say how great this thing is, but at some point, it's a combination of you being visible and the work standing on its own merit. But it doesn't matter how good the work is if there's no eyes on it. So shows like this, you know, shows where stuff gets more visibility. But even then it comes down to the merit of the work. And something like this, it won't, like this. What's this one called? The Kill Journal one? Is it just Kill Journal?
Yeah, this is just the Kill Journal.
Yeah, this literally won't appeal to everybody. Few things ever do. Like I think it looks great, but it won't appeal to everybody. Some people look at it and it doesn't matter how good the artwork is. And in the intro video, it's like, nah, it's too violent or too this or too that, and they tune out. I think it was definitely a big element of your personality being the selling point. If you're known, if you're seen, if people know who you are and they go, hey, that guy, yeah, he talks, he does this and that, he's got this gimmick and that gimmick. Like, I think that's a big part of selling it. You look at guys like, you look at the top tier of ComicsMATE financially, these are the guys pulling in 6 figures. A big part of that is the personality. And most of them they've got the skills to back it up for sure. But I think, you know, anybody whose campaign didn't do as well as they want or doesn't do as well as they want, I think you need to get on more streams. You need to be seen. You need to talk about your product more. People need to be more aware of it. You need to pimp it every opportunity you got. You got the dude who does that Jack Iron Cowboy one. He is constantly pimping his product all day, every day. And he's not obnoxious about it, but he's always like, hey, here's this thing. If you've never seen me before, if this is a retweet of a retweet and you've never heard of me before, this is my thing. This is my book. This is what I do. And who doesn't like, you know, What Future Cowboys? That's 3 for 3 right there.
Yeah, exactly right. That is exactly
Go back
right.
to the top thing. Go back to the top to the first cover.
To the cover.
Yeah.
What do you mean? What, up here? This?
Yeah, that bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna back that book just for that cover.
I don't think that's the cover though. Look,
it?
the cover is look, the cover's leather bound.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah. Oh yeah. That is cool.
Leatherbound cover's a cool gimmick though.
Yeah, that's what sold it for me. Was look at that. I don't think I can zoom in on this. If I click on that, will it appear?
What if you control scroll forward and zoom?
Oh, that means I have to get up.
Yeah, I'll share it because I think my screen's got I can touch my screen. I should be able to zoom in with my fingers.
Oh, are you on your tablet or something?
So
bloody zoomers.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I'm so glad this one got funded. I've been really worried about I've been double checking everything I backed lately, to make sure that they're all getting funded.
Yep.
Can't be having that. And I'm genuinely concerned about Island 19, which we're going to pull up soon, because that's brilliant. It looks like the animatics, like the opening scene, the opening animation to The Incredibles. It looks like that in a comic book.
Yeah.
And I love it. So that needs to be funded. We need to make sure it gets funded, and I still need to back that. So, but it's a fair bit.
Is that zooming in?
Yep. Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, look at that.
Just in detail.
That's actually the best look I've ever had. I didn't even know it had all that extra detail on it. That's fantastic.
It'd be really cool. So they did an alt version where they intentionally scuffed it up and made it look, and put band-aids and stitched it up and covered it and just made it look really warm.
I kind of wish I was blind just so I could feel that and not see
it. Welcome, not Skip, obviously. Have you seen the comment? Yeah, fuck Skip, Team Bancroft, apparently. Yeah, that's not Skip, obviously.
Can't we love them both? Amoeba says that he loves the gore. And that's what I'm saying. Like some people love that stuff, and other people will be turned off by it. There's this guy who he used to write these serial killer type books. I can't remember James.
It's your screen, Dean. Your screen.
Michael Connelly, I think it is. And he had 5 or 6 of these books in a row, and then it took like a supernatural twist, which was really surprising. And he said that he met some fans one time, and this old lady said, "I used to like your old stuff. I like it better than your new stuff." And he said, "Why is that?" And she said, "Well, the old stuff was more violent." And here's this, this 80-year-old biddy saying, she wants to read about people's eyeballs getting sliced down, all this sort of stuff. Like there is an audience out there for your stuff. And if you're going to go full into that lady death, Lobo, heavy metal type, super full-on gore and blood and intestines flying everywhere, that schlock gore horror, there is an audience for that, because zombie movies are a big deal. And Brain Dead, that Peter Jackson directed back in the day, that's a cult movie.
Yeah. So remember the Hostel movies? Everybody remembers those.
Yeah,
movies.
Yeah, they were, and even like Saw. Like Saw's horror porn. Yeah. It's full on just like gore porn, just people getting ripped apart and stuff.
That's actually a big problem with modern horror. Modern horror movies have that issue a lot. More often than not, it's just kind of grossing you out and trying to be disgusting and bloody rather than actually being scary. But yeah, me too, Amoeba. I am also a big fan of that sort of like schlock horror.
Dean, did you ever see Mirrors with Kiefer Sutherland in it?
Yeah, I did. I saw that in the cinemas.
Yeah, me too. I thought the great thing about that was it's like spooky the whole way, and then right in the middle of or 2/3 of the way through the movie, there's that scene where the girl like rips her own face open.
Yeah.
And then the rest of it's just spooky. Like, and that's if you're going to do schlock horror, if you're going to do that big, gory, awful schlock horror, I reckon that's how you do it. You keep it like sort of spooky, one big. It was because I remember I had to look away. I mean, this is a couple of years ago, but this movie would have to be nearly 20 years old now, I reckon.
It's older than 15, but not quite 20, because I was probably 40.
Yeah, and it wasn't my wife that I saw it with, so that's a long time ago. And I had to look away. I'm like, that's because this young girl just puts her fingers in a mouth and rips her own mouth open and splits the lips at the side across the cheeks. It's very visceral. So you do something like that, that's going to make people recoil and flinch. But if you just have full-on horror gore porn with brains spilling out everywhere the whole way through, it just turns almost to a comedy. And if that's what you're aiming for, that's fine. And me saying blame Evil Dead. Evil Dead's always had those comedic elements to it. The first one less so, but it got more and more comedic as it went on. And then you got something like Brain Dead by Peter Jackson, where people are literally using a leather belt to hold the skull on top of their undead head so their brains don't. And you got like handfuls of brains, which is made out of like, I don't know, cow intestines or something. And it's just, it gets to the point where it's just shapes and color. You know, it's overdone. I think there's definitely a use for that gore, but you use it in smaller amounts. If you do it all the time, you become desensitized to it. Like boobs. You know, you're watching a classic 80s action movie and you're just like cool dudes beating each other up and shooting each other, and then bam, they meet in a strip club and you're like, whoa, fake 80s boobs, all right. And then they're out and they're off doing something else. But you really appreciated that time. Yeah, we're different Aussies, don't skip. You know, there's no wrenching here. This is a safe space. This is a safe place. Nobody's got a wrench. Nobody's got a wrench.
No, this is Kellaway's stream. I have a wrench. It's my channel that nobody has a wrench because I don't know what I'm doing. I think I gave out wrenches on the first stream and then never did it again, and I don't know how to do it. So,
classic Dean. What else have we got then, Kels? What else is in the list of backed projects?
I'll go through you have backed a lot of books.
That's just the ones I could grab off the first page. Like I said, I'll back just about anything that's got a digital tier to it.
Yeah.
As long as, like, honestly, if it looks like 6 out of 10, I'll back it.
Digital. I've been meaning to ask you, do you ever back physical stuff?
Not yet.
Oh, but are you like? Is that just because of our terrible postage prices, or is that something that you do?
No, just because of the postage, and I don't have a lot of space here either. Like it's a pretty small place we bought. At the time that we bought it, we didn't know for sure we were going to be able to have kids. That was a bit of a journey, and now we've got a couple, and it's fantastic. But I'm pretty strapped for space. Like the room that I'm streaming in is just wall to wall, like baby dolls and cots and pink clothes, and it's just I've got to climb over stuff to get into the room. It's ridiculous. We've got more stuff than we've got space. We've got 40 pounds of stuff in a 10-pound sack. So anything physical, like it's just going to, anything I buy is just going to go on like the little one wanted to play with the toy oven the other day, and she said, move this stuff. And it was a stack of my sketchbooks, and I brought it out, and the wife says, where are you putting that? And I said, well, I have to put it on the dining room table. I said, we've literally got nowhere else for me to put this stuff. I've got this stack of 20 sketchbooks that I want to, I want nearby so I can get ideas and stuff from them. But I that's all you can do.
No, yeah, I completely
understand that. Maybe understands the struggle of rare boobs back in the day when it's funny because boobs were hard to come by, but then every action movie had they always met in a strip club. It's fantastic. You have to track down the scumbag. Where is he? Oh, he's at the such and such club, and they go down and then the camera pans across, and there's like 8 naked girls from the neck down with flat 80s bums and
you have to look over at your wife and be like, oh, it's terrible how they make these girls do this for money. So terrible. It's shocking. And she nods, and then you look back at the screen.
Not to appreciate. I was lucky that I realized early on I think the biggest for me, this is an opinion, I reckon it's true anyway. You can have an opinion, still think it's true. The biggest key to success in marriage is having the same values and the same goals. So I know people that get with people that have the same interests, and they think that'll last. But, there's a point where your love of the MCU won't get you through financial problems or issues having children or raising children or moving across state for a new job. Like the fact that you both like Tom Holland as Spider-Man is not going to be enough to get you through that. But if you get with someone who's got the same values as you, who believes the same sort of things about the world as you do, and wants the same sort of things, you guys will work together towards that. My brother's dating this woman for a while. She's 16 years older than he was, and they loved all the same, Lordy and Metallica and heavy metal and all this, heavy metal, rock and roll, and all the tattoos and the piercings and all that. And they were together for 10 years or something, and it fell apart. And he said, I should have got out earlier. I said, yeah, I told you to hit it and quit it. And he said, this MILF's coming into the store and she's flirting with me and she wants it. I'm like, look, I don't think you should go there, but if you're going to do it, hit it and quit it, because you just don't need that baggage. You don't need that drama. She's got a bunch of kids and stuff. It's you're only a young fella. you guys are going to have different goals. You're going to want different things. She's going to want her kids taken care of. You're going to want to finish university. Like, you know, so he got himself dragged down. It's like 10 years of his life was just spent on this person that they didn't have the same goals. They had the same interests and they went to all the same concerts together, but ultimately it blew up and it was this whole thing. Whereas if you got with someone that had the same values as him, I don't think that would have happened. So anyway, this is Savage Sasquanaut, and I backed it purely because no, and a lot of it's just that, like, you know, you've backed this, you might also like that. I don't even go to Indiegogo and Kickstarter and flick through the comic section. I just see whatever's linked down the bottom, and I go there and I'll find something, and from there there'll be another one, and from there will be another one. You know, it's like YouTube videos, going down that YouTube rabbit hole. You watch a video and it says, you know, next playing. You're like, oh, that looks pretty good. I'll check that out. Then you finish that one. There's another one in this list next to you. You think, oh, that's related to what I'm talking about. So I just follow it until I back 4 or 5 books, and then there's nothing else that I've seen or like. So I grabbed the digital version.
Well, every so often I'll look, like maybe every 2 weeks or something. I'll look through Indiegogo's just launched section.
Yeah.
But other than that, like, you know, mostly Twitter. It's all Twitter. So much. I can't stress enough. Like, we all hate Twitter, but there is so much of it that you just find on Twitter randomly.
Mm-hmm. I've said before, without Twitter, nobody'd know who you are. Nobody'd know what your comic is. You know, like, it's such a great way. It's only a very small minority, a small sliver of the world's population. It's only like 330 million people on Twitter, but that's more people than everyone on it. So it's still a lot of people. You know, so I mean, artwork looks good. I know it's one of these books that I think is going to be. You know, I was saying this the other day. I'm not a big fan of books where they take a profession. No, I don't know. It doesn't look like. I mean, something 7. So here we go. Okay, he's got a $700 goal. Is that 700 AU? So it's like $500 American. So he's trying to raise $500. Presume he's been at it for a month, 25 days. He's only got halfway there. No one's ever heard of this. Look at that artwork. That's better than anything I can draw. You know, like it's 4 issues. Yeah. Have a look at maybe some of the gold, maybe some of the tiers. Maybe they're too expensive. I mean, $50 for 4 books. That's pretty steep. That's like $12.50 an issue. How many pages is each book?
And that's going to be worse for us.
Yeah, which is why I went the digital.
Yeah.
I got the digital catch up there for 20, which I think translates to about nearly 30 Australian. And 30 for 4 books. Australian. There you go. It's pretty steep.
So this is literally the first time I'm ever seeing it. So that is definitely its problem. Because, I mean, we spend most of our time looking for new books to talk shit about, you know? So.
Play the trailer?
Yeah, sure. Not Skip's got a good point. Kemosabe likes YouTube and Dean likes Twitter. But that's, you know, YouTube nuked me and Twitter nuked Dean. It's like battered housewives.
Yeah. It's true. But I actually don't like Twitter. It's just necessary.
Necessary evil. Go for it, Kel. See what it's all about. I haven't actually watched the trailer, so this will be new to me as well. Right, maybe he's got a bad trailer and it's part of his problem. I'll try. I make no promises.
Mute him. Full screen it, mate. What are you doing?
Just wait.
And get rid of the comment.
Righto. Start again. Let's try again.
I'm Wes Hartman, and this is Savage Sasquatch issues 1 through 4. After traveling through space, Sasquatch finds himself awakened back on Earth. As the days and years go by, he realizes this is not his Earth, and this is not, in fact, his forest throne. Forest throne? But before he can consider this too deeply, a mysterious woman appears and offers him anything and everything he can dream of. Will Sasquatch fall under her spell and surrender his will to her whims? Or will he realize his deepest desires and set himself free? So far, I've successfully crowdfunded fulfilled 3 previous campaigns, and once more I'm turning to you and asking for your help to fund the print run for issue 4. Thank you for checking out my comic, and thank you for your pledge and support. Please share the campaign with all your friends and followers, and pledge today.
I dig it.
That's cool. At the end was a nice touch.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
I like it. And yeah, it's definitely because he's not around. You know, no one's heard of this because I didn't see anything in there that I would say, oh yeah, that's why no one likes it.
Mm.
Oh, it looks good. Well, what's the problem here?
Well, part of it could be, and this I might be reading into it, but I was saying the other day about how you got like, you know, Six Gun Gorilla and Pirate Giraffe and Shinobi Sasquatch and Loch Ness Operator. Or, you know, like people just take a monster animal thing and combine it with violent profession thing and call it a comic. And I've said before in some of my reviews, how often do you return to a story like that? You know, like there are stories where it's just cool dude doing cool stuff for an hour and a half, and you go back and watch it again and again. John Wick, the 2012 Dread movie, stuff like that. It's just like, he's a really cool dude. He's really capable. He goes in, takes care of business. He's good. They're bad. It's very simple. And you watch it over and over and over again. So you can have stories that are just there for the sake of being cool. But I just got to wonder, how often will somebody return to this sort of story? How often will somebody want to see the story of this space Sasquatch against this evil queen trying to free himself? Is it the sort of thing that's going to bring people back again and again? I think maybe with crowdfunding, there's so much of it now, people are looking for a little bit more. They're looking for, well, where's the hook though? Where's the hook? Is the hook that he's a shinobi, it's not shinobi, he's a Sasquatch, like a Bigfoot astronaut? Like, neither of those things really matter to me either way. So where's my hook? It's the good art and the fact that it's 4 issues, so it's probably a full story. I won't have to be waiting another year to get the next issue. But, you know, it's in space.
I'm going to bring BoogieBot in.
Yeah, all right, cool. You want to take this thing off full screen so I can stop looking at Daniel Kibblesmith?
Shut up, Dean.
That book comes out tomorrow.
Just
speaking of
the whole screen, just
New Warriors comes out tomorrow. Are you excited? We all know
we should. Somebody should buy it. Yeah. Now we should buy it on Comixology, and we should do like a live roast of the whole thing together.
Don't worry, I'm going to have it morning.
Yeah, but we're not going to be able to do it with you, Kinasabi, because you don't shut up. We won't get a roast in.
Yeah, I got nothing for that. You'll just have to periodically mute me, and I'll keep talking. I won't know any difference, so I won't be offended. He says as he mutes me.
So they just completely like skipped the single issues on there, right? And they just made it like a graphic novel.
Yeah,
New Warriors. Yeah.
Oh, jeez. They weren't even bothered to just like put it out like with the first issue just to see how it went and then just cancel.
No, I think they knew way too much backlash. It was something like 200 and something thousand dislikes to 5,000 likes on YouTube, and that's from mostly just normal people who are subscribed to the Marvel channel. So,
I reckon if they'd done it tongue in cheek, if they'd done it like a little bit like, I'm trying to think of something is, sometimes they put out comics and it's superheroes and that, but it's supposed to be a little bit humorous. It's supposed to be a little bit deconstructive. It's supposed to be a little bit, look how silly spandex is. If they did it like that, I think people would have accepted a lot more. They would have just looked at it and said, okay, well, this is what it's supposed to be, and just gone on with their lives. But instead, trying to present it like it's a serious thing, like somehow the OG New Warriors are bad, when they're like some of the best things to come out of the 90s. Night Thrasher is I'm all about Night Thrasher. And Nova, what a fantastic character. To say these guys are bad because they're too masculine, too violent, too capable, too physical, they're too muscular. How can a superhero be Prime? Prime's too muscular. If you know the Ultraverse, he was just, but short of Prime and maybe Savage Dragon, how can a hero be too muscular? It's just Kibblesmith putting forward his headcanon ideology and us being expected to believe that it's now. What's that?
He said he was intimidated and afraid of the original New Warriors.
Yeah,
he straight up says
he literally says in the video that like they intimidated me from how they dressed. So I wanted to kind of make this story like where it doesn't intimidate me as much. I can pick it up and read it.
That's his problem. And this is the issue, isn't it? He doesn't go to make his own thing. He can make his own group of teen heroes called Safe Space or whatever. And like Safe Space and Snowflake, it's not a terrible idea. Like I think you could do that in a Cloak and Dagger type way. Have them come out being obnoxious. Was that?
It could be twisted a little bit to make it work. Like I think Screen Time is the only one that you can really get away with, though. Snowflake and Safe Space is just too far, like too much on the nose. Even the people that we would call snowflakes, and people that need safe spaces were offended by this. They were saying it was pandering and ridiculous.
The only one I can see as being kind of like somewhat decent or at least adequate was what was the name of the vampire? B negative.
Yeah.
Like, okay, stupid name, yeah, but at least it was still like vampire, you know, at least you could still do something with that, you know, versus like internet gas.
Internet gas. And it was his grandfather's internet gas too, you know, like, Steve sampled his grandfather's internet gas. Whoa. Let's keep it PG, fellas. Now, speaking of character designs, if a Sasquatch doesn't get you, a robot cowboy should. Take it away, Boogiebot.
Oh yeah. Oh. So because I was watching a little bit of was it Sasquatch not or however it's called. Honestly, it kind of grabbed me a little bit just because I like I'm one of the guys that like the 6-gun gorilla stuff. Mm-hmm. So like I guess I'm in that same sort of boat where I don't mind having like a kind of like animated type character. I guess because I have like robots dressing like cowboys, you know.
Yeah. I'm in the same boat as you, mate. Like, I didn't mind it at all. And, you know, the pretty girls and the weird monster and stuff, that's enough for me to get interested in. At least chuck it on my list. Yeah. You know me, it's all about the art, mate.
Yeah.
So, what's this book about, Boogiebot?
So, Robert, it's the sci-fi steampunk western adventure graphic novel of the future today. That's the whole pitch.
That's good. You need that elevator pitch. You need to keep it razor sharp. I like how you've got a really
Who's controlling this screen? Is this Callaway again?
Yeah, I think he has it.
Damn it, Callaway. Are we going to watch this trailer?
Yeah. If you shut up.
Yeah. I love it. I'm so glad you're here, Boogie.
Yeah, I don't think I've been on here. I actually don't think I've been on here like in a while, or I think at all. Actually, I can't remember.
I think this is the first time we've spoken to each other. I don't know about the other two here, but yeah, I've always been, since the first time I saw your book, I was like, hell yeah, I love it. It's the colors and stuff, man, because I can't color for shit, right? Like, I am 100%. I do way better work in just black and white. So there's something about your, like, the purple and the magenta and the reds that you're using that, I don't know, I just love it.
I think it's because it's a limited color palette. It's a limited color palette. So he's picking from a very specific range of colors that enhances that particular mood. Like, there's not a lot of greens on here. You know, there's not a lot of
because like a lot of the colors that I chose for this, most of the colors are like mostly like flat colors with like some painterly type like just to kind of like insinuate like the highlights and like some of like darks. Like I don't really go in too much because I have a lot of the screen tones, and the screen tones kind of like work as the kind of like lights and darks, you know, like the shadowing effects.
Yeah.
So is it done digitally?
Yeah, so all the interior pages, they're all done like on the Procreate app that I have on my tablet. But the cover, I actually did the black and white on Bristleboard.
Yeah, cool. Also, like with the trailer, it's got a very somber tone. Like it's more slow pace. It's got that somber music, and the you know, it shows the progression over time. The fact that you put the hard yards into this, I think it's the sort of trailer that makes people stop and pay a little bit more attention. It's not just boom, boom, boom. Hey, this is cool. Look at this, rock and roll. Back my book. Yeah, cool stuff. Explosions. It's you know that you're going to be getting into something a little bit more cerebral, something a little bit more thoughtful.
I actually thought that I did I actually thought it was like a detriment to myself because I saw everybody else's trailers and I kind of thought, well, I don't know if this is gonna like grab as many people because it's not like like intense like action, which there is a lot of like intense action in the book, but that'll usually just be like from the pages that I show,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's like when you got, in music, you got the crescendo, you got that rising, that loud part, and it's all action, it's all happening, it's fast paced, and then it dips right back down to a slow point, and the music gets really low. People wake up and pay attention. People that have been sort of in a zombie state, people that are just there, just present, wake up and pay attention because the pace has changed, the tone has changed. So I think in the midst of all these books that are all very much boom, boom, look at this is so cool, you've got this more slow pace, more thoughtful trailer. I think it's going to make people pay attention.
Yeah, it's more about the journey. Like you get that even from just the small amount that you've shown in the trailer alone. It's like, all right, we're going to meet these characters. I'm going to get to know these characters and something. Going to go on this adventure with them.
That actually plays into the story too, because like for a lot of like in the story, there's not a lot of like world, quote unquote, like world ending events. It's mostly just like these three characters basically just trying to get out of basically their only thing is just to get out of Las Vegas because they have a bounty on their heads. So their main journey, it's kind of like you're on this journey with them, just trying to escape getting killed, basically. So it's not really world ending. You're just mostly in tune with these three characters that you're going to be following throughout the book.
I like that though. I like that scale. So many things want to be MCU, want to be Infinity Gauntlet, want to be Lord of the Rings. Like, but if you take one scene or one section out of Lord of the Rings, have Aragorn and the hobbits on top of the mountain at the little broken down fort there, and then sort of follow them along to when Boromir dies and they got to escape, like that in itself would be an amazing short story or an amazing comic or a graphic novel. Just in media res, just drop it right there in the middle there. They're camping around the fire. The ring wraiths turn up, stuff happens, and to the point where they've got to split up and go their separate ways. That's a hell of a cliffhanger. It doesn't have to be world ending. You can totally do. I mean, look, I always talk about how good the Dredd movie is. It's literally two cops trying to get into a building and then trying to get back out of a building. If you want to break it down to something really simple, that's what it is. So I think you got the same sort of energy going here. This smaller scale, more intimate, and we get
Dredd is just a day in the life. It's just a day in the life.
So many people said they love that about it. So this is a similar sort of thing. You got these guys surviving in this world. You imagine how many other stories like these guys' stories is happening simultaneously to this throughout this world. It creates this idea that's this big, rich world, as opposed to, say, Infinity War, where everybody, how powerful they are. This is how many heroes there are in the world. When they're fighting Thanos, it's not like a new hero is going to turn up. Hey, guys, I haven't actually done anything to help out against Ultron or against anything else that happened. Loki, none of the stones, none of those invasions. I just chilling at home. But I'm here now. I'm here to help. That doesn't happen. We knew the extent of everything. There's no mystery. Whereas with this, you've got a whole world of mystery that we can dig into in future projects. Amoeba has a question. He says, "Yeah, go on, Dean. Do my job."
Speaking of mystery, tell us more about Robert, the title character.
So,
just looking at the picture here of Robert, his robot face. If this was a movie, to me, he comes across as a character that could reach an audience like Groot would.
Yeah.
Like even though he's a robot, he looks like he's such a lovable guy.
That's funny because like whenever I was on I think Mandy's stream to kind of like promote like the pre-launch page, she was just gushing about how cute Robert was from the trailer, because like in the trailer I animated the eyes kind of like glowing in the trailer.
Yep.
Yeah, so I don't know what kind of like drew her to that, and then even my fiance, she was even basically saying, because she basically just kept saying like, "Well, he's so cute," and I thought, well, I guess it's doing something right. Like it'll be recognizable, or at least people will actually like his design.
It's the Baby Yoda phenomenon. If you got something that people want, like he's merchandisable, that's something else to think about. Pins, buttons, patches, magnets, little Robert. What do they call them? Funko Pops, little Robert. What are those?
A Robert Funko. People would love that.
Yeah, those little square shape. People are doing these ones that are like a little paper doll that you sort of fold out of printed cardboard to make like these boxy little characters. I've seen people making them. I'm a boomer. I don't know.
Yep. Very round
like
shapes.
that.
What I'm even saying, that's classic design stuff that you learn in animation and cartoons.
And the big wide mouth, very emotive. And then you compare him to Eastwood down the bottom, who doesn't have a face, who's very Iron Giant vibes as well. Definitely has that retro Art Deco Iron Giant sort of feel. In contrast, this guy that's only got eyes and is emotionless and scary, like formidable. You've done a great job setting the characters off with one another.
Well, thank you. Yeah, and then like the design of like the reason why he doesn't have a face, that kind of plays along in the book, but just to kind of like give like a little bit of like a backstory of Eastwood. Well, the whole backstory of like the book is just that the event of like Y3K happens, and all of Earth's technology basically just goes completely offline. Because what was it? Y2K was the greatest event that never happened. So, so in this book, Y3K actually does happen in the year 3000, and in the future, there's a lot more robots than there are humans, but robots are mostly like the slave, like kind of like slave labor force. So they're like kind of like warehouse bots. They're like Uber drivers, all these different like labor sort of like robots. But when Y3K happens, a lot of the humans, they either just go into bunkers and go into hiding, or like they go into hiding, or they completely die off because a lot of the nuclear power plants like basically just like gave up, and most of the humans are gone. And after that event happens, all the robots wake back up, at least the ones that are still functioning. So then, but they wake up without any sort of like recollection of like who they used to be. So like like a kind of like a workforce bot doesn't know he's a workforce bot anymore. So he has to kind of all the robots basically get their personalities now from like movies, TV shows, like books that they're reading, because they still have their cognitive functions. Like they're able to read, write, and kind of talk normally, but they basically just learn all these different personalities and like kind of build personalities on themselves off of like these movies.
That's really cool. I really like that.
Makes me think if like a bad guy is able to get a hold of a bunch of them and sort of brainwash them all, expose them all to the same media, a bit like the way that Immortan Joe does in Fury Road. He's got this whole mythology built around him as this godlike figure, and all of his spawn, his children, his war boys all look up to and worship him as this immortal figure. There could be some force that's got a whole warehouse of these bots, sees what's happening and says, well, hell, I'm gonna tell them that I'm their father, I'm their creator, I'm God, and I'm gonna take over the world, or at least my little corner of the world, and sort of spread those out from there. That'd be potential for that.
Gangster mafia robots. There's all kinds of robots you can make.
Oh yeah, and then that's actually going to play into like the story later on. If I have the image, I'll show you guys, because if I can pull it up, if I actually have it on my computer, because one of the things that I haven't released yet was a design for the punk rock bots.
Oh, punk rock bots! That's awesome.
Yeah, so because so the first group of bots that we're gonna meet in this book, they Eastwood used to be a sheriff bot. He used to actually be like a sheriff for like a small town in Las Vegas until Y3K happened. Then he lost, all of his basic kind of like he basically lost his purpose. And then whenever he like woke up again, he found this other group of robots, and they ended up forming like the Western Bot Gang. And then that's where they all started kind of like looking at the old kind of like Eastwood, like Clint Eastwood, like Fistful of Dollars. And most of the designs of like some of the robots that I'm going to have in the book, they're going to look somewhat like some of the actors, and like kind of have some of the personalities off of them. And then that's why Eastwood kind of gets his personality off of Clint Eastwood in the book.
You could do
this looks like a cool ass robot gunslinger.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna have some other robots coming in here too. Do you guys know who Lee Van Cleef is?
Yes.
So I'll go ahead and try to send this to you. Like I'll see if I can load this on here. But yeah, and then like most of the artwork that's on there, those are the finished pages that I have. I'm actually like 25% of the way done with the book, but I'm still doing some of the rest of the pages because it's only me on this project.
It's good to have a good stock of artwork, a good stock of pages done before you even go to the campaign. I think we had too many. Gave ComicsMATE a bit of a bad name early on, so it's great that you've got fans can have faith that you're already working on making this thing, that you're already a significant part of the way through.
Yeah, and then again, because I wanted to make sure, like, while I was doing the pre-launch, that I was showing people pages, but then some of the pages that I have shown on Twitter, I've shown actual completed pages on Twitter that aren't on the actual campaign page, so they kind of like get people to know, like, oh, there's actual pages that they can like look from like here to there, and they'll see that there's a lot more to the pages that I've already done.
Well, yeah, sorry about that, fellas. I was having some issues behind the scenes. I was not ignoring you, I swear. But I'm back now.
Did you get your period again, Dean?
No, I had a bunch of cats fucking with the computer. My screen got disconnected and I couldn't see anything all of a sudden, so I had to mute everything and throw the cat outside. And yeah, it's fine.
Dean has his time of the month all month.
Yep. But yeah, Eastwood is probably my favorite without reading the book. Like I always pick a favorite before I read it, and then sometimes it changes, sometimes it doesn't. But I love Eastwood. Yeah, straight off the bat, I loved Eastwood.
Boogie, have you got other stories planned out set within this world? Is this something you want to expand upon as a franchise, or is it sort of a one and done, and then you go into something else? I find a lot of creators tend to like go in. Another question is this your dream project? Is this like that scene out of the Johnny Cash movie says, if you get hit by a car, hit by a truck, and you're laying in the street dying, you have time to sing one song. Is this the song you would sing? Is this seriously? Is this the comic you would make, or is this something that you see as profitable and accessible, and then you've got other projects in the future you'd like to do as well?
Yeah. So
thanks for joining us on ComicsMATE this week. We'll see you next week.
Well, thanks for being here, everybody. I guess I'll go. No, yeah. So Robert's kind of like the book that I'm wanting to kind of keep going. Like in my head, I kind of have the idea for it being like a trilogy, kind of the same with like a lot of like old like Western films, like the Dollars trilogy.
Yep.
So like and then each one of those will kind of deal with like a different subject. Like the first one's dealing with the Western bots. In the second book, I was actually going to be having like them run into like the mafia bots like later on, and then the third book's going to deal with like a Leatherface type of robot where he basically like, so like my brother had given me this idea where like there's this robot that basically lives in a swamp, but he takes humans and he essentially like shreds their skin off of them to try to like put them on his own body to kind of like, because all of his circuits are going to be kind of like fried and like discombobulated, that it like he'll actually get some sort of feeling whenever he puts skin on his like robot like body.
Yep.
Amoeba, how could you even suggest such a thing?
So it's just kind of like a Leatherface type like robot, like towards like the third book.
That's terrifying. Honestly, that is the stuff of nightmares.
That's just
it's a great idea, tying in with the whole like robots getting their personas from cinema as well.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Logical progression. I actually sort of thought maybe you'd say there was some robots that watch Great Escape or Bridge Over the River Kwai or something. They become like an organized, or Dirty Dozen, like this organized robot pro-military type robot force.
Well, there's going to be some groups that are kind of like that, because some of the robots will kind of remember what their purpose was back before the like events of Y3K happened. But for the good majority of the robots that are in the world of Robert, they're just creating like new personalities for themselves, just like either from reading books or works of fiction, or just seeing like movies that we've seen, like like just movies that are like either brand new or just like the old like VHS tapes of like movies that we have.
Mm-hmm. So Boogie, I got to ask you, is there an Elvis bot?
I haven't thought
that there is either yes or no.
There is.
I'll say yes, there is, just because I want to see how that'll look.
Blue Hawaii bot.
Good answer.
Yeah.
Hail Edwin.
And will he sing "Love Me" in the comic?
Actually, you know what? Johnny Cash bot would actually be kind of cool.
Yes,
that would be. Yeah.
That Elvis is best Elvis. Come on, Amoeba.
Why has this whole stream just had these vague undertones of Johnny Cash is awesome?
Because I'm here.
Was there Johnny Cash stuff like before I was on here?
Yes, there was.
Yeah, there's been Johnny Cash this entire time, even before we started for about an hour. Johnny Cash stuff started ages ago. I don't know why.
Callaway's an old soul.
I got no hair,
but a lot of love for Johnny Cash.
And Elvis.
I'll just get my dad to come. Like, I'll get my dad to come around. And I'll swap spots with him so you can talk to him about old westerns and Johnny Cash and stuff. That's fine.
That's a great idea from Amoeba. Doing pop culture spoofs of movie posters. So you ape the original poster, but have the robot version in there. So, you pick something Clint Eastwood's famous for. One of his famous movie posters, Unforgiven or Outlaw Josie Wales or something, and have your cover be the Eastwood bot in the same spot doing the same sort of thing.
I actually thought that. I actually thought that too, but I think instead of doing that for like the covers, I might end up like trying to do that for like the pinups or like the folded posters that'll come with like the books.
Yeah.
Like, because I want to make sure that the story is still its own thing, or like just to let people know that it's not just like blatantly like, or like just like not to rip off like straight up just like Clint Eastwood stuff, or because they're all still gonna have like their own personalities, but they still gain a little bit of like a perception from like from these movie actors and like just from these characters in movies.
Yeah, you want people to know it's more than just a gimmick. I mean, the mimicking of movie personas is part of the gimmick of the story, but the story is bigger than just that. It's not just like, hey, look how clever it is to have Elvis Robot. There's more to it than that.
Like, this is the first I'm hearing of any of the like this like celebrity influences on the characters and pop culture influences on the characters' personalities and things. And I think it sounds fun. Like, I was already sold before that, but it's a really fun little twist that you've added to the characters. Like, you could have just not done that. It could have just been robots, and it still would have sold to me exactly the same way. But I'm not. Yeah, like, I wasn't getting the whole. Oh yeah, there's obviously more to it, is what I'm saying. Like, I never got the idea that you were just selling it on, pop culture.
Yeah, like on. And then that's why I kind of wanted to like, because I still want to leave some sort of like surprises like for the people like whenever they read it, but I still have to kind of like showcase some of the actual like character designs, because I haven't showcased showcased this one yet, and this one's the like
Cleef bot.
Yep.
Yep. Does he have a pistol that he spends an inordinate amount of time putting an extended stock on to shoot distant targets?
He will, and then there will be a scene where like he's rotating, like it's not really him rotating the gun, it's just his wrist spinning.
Take my money.
That's gold.
Who's this guy? Like, what'd you say, Lee? I missed it.
Lee Van Cleef.
Oh. And then like, because I think his name, I forgot his name in the Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, but he's supposed to be, was it the bad from that
Angel
movie?
Eyes.
And but in the book, Eastwood's gonna call him Rat Face, because during the production of the movie, like I think like Lee Van Cleef had mentioned that, like I think it was either his agent or somebody had mentioned to him like offhandedly, like you're not gonna get a role in any of these movies because of your rat face.
Rough.
Yes. So Eastwood's gonna like talk to Cleef the bot right here about like him having a rat face. So it'd be kind of like subtle, like kind of winks and nods at like people who would know like little like behind the scenes kind of cues and stuff like that, like off the set or like even from the movie set,
Mm-hmm.
That's awesome.
Bit of
I love
trivia.
They'll get a real kick out of that,
And I think you do have a slightly older audience as well. I was talking to someone the other day about how Kickstarter tends to be, and this is a gross generalization, but tends to be a slightly younger audience that's a bit more digital savvy and a bit more digital oriented. Like, there's a lot of digital books backed on Kickstarter. Indiegogo tends to be the more physical. I think you've got a slightly older audience on Indiegogo, and that's the sort of people that will know Lee Van Cleef and will appreciate those little bits of trivia and those callbacks. And if you can make them, just clever little nods to that stuff that they appreciate from this nostalgia factor, it's gonna people, it's gonna hit that right point in the head and go, gee, I enjoy reading this stuff. It's just really clever. This
reminds me of the mutants from the The Dark Knight Returns.
Yeah, and I got a little bit of that inspiration like from that too, like because I actually like using a lot of like reference for like some like inks and like kind of like color variations. And the graphic novel that I have for like the Dark Knight, because I bought one for like $12 off of eBay, because like I just wanted like an actual like reading version where like, because I know I'm gonna like look through it like multiple times, so I'd rather just have like a copy where I can like, if it rips, it rips, you know, but it's still something I'm using like for reference and just to kind of get an idea of like panel layouts and stuff.
Yeah, I do the same thing. So.
And then this guy, I don't have a name for him yet, but he's this guy's gonna end up being the leader of the punk rock bots.
Well, yeah, he's got a great design.
Yeah, I love the pinstripe pants and the patches on his knees and the romper stomper boots. But then you've got like that bare waist. You know, just it reminds you of the robot. Yeah, and just hanging on scarecrow frame.
What's it look like? The hat from Back to the Future.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, like the multicolored hat.
Yeah, I love it.
That's an excellent design.
Yeah, and then that I kind of like designed some of the, because like for a lot of like it's funny because like punk, like I was talking to my older brother about that too, where like I guess the design layouts that I'm going to be doing for most of the punk rock bots, they're going to end up having more of like kind of a British punk sort of look to them, where like they have like the mohawks and the pinstripe pants and like the suspenders and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But then they also have like the, what's it called, like the muscle cars and like all that sort of thing.
Yeah, graces.
This is so cool, man. The more I see this, the more I'm just like, yes, take all my money. I'm going to buy a copy of every version you've got of this.
This is very cool. Very cool. There's just lots of callbacks to stuff that I think people are really going to appreciate.
And I can't remember if because it's actually on the cover, because this is the first time I've actually talked about the this is the first time I've actually talked about the like punk rock bots, and there was a teaser, if people saw from the picture, like they're actually in here, they're referenced in here from like the punk car here.
That's fantastic. Look at the detail on that.
Great. That's the kind of thing people will go back, years from now, and they'll read the first issue again and go, "Hey, what the hell? He had all this planned. You bloody genius!"
And this is what I was talking about. It's a story that you come back to time and time again. I even like the way when you've got the headlights there, where the background's black, you've made it white, and where the background's white, you've made it black. Like that alternating color on the headlight rims, even just stuff like that. It's just it's fantastic detail.
Yeah, and then really this whole cover here, that was actually done on the bristle board. It was a little kind of because I used to work in like completely like pen and ink and like bristle board, which I still do from time to time. But I think just for the covers, I'm gonna do solely on bristle board, just to kind of give it that more, I guess, kind of like gritty sort of like look to it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, some artists manage to do it digitally and make it look like it has that tactile, real feeling to it, but it's far and few in between. I think it's very rare for somebody to be able to replicate that tactile feel of physical media in a digital format.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, definitely not. Like if you want that, you need to just do it traditionally. It's the easiest way.
Yeah, and then these are just some of like the pages that I had, just to kind of like, because I think this is probably what's going to be ultimately the back cover for the book, like when it's all said and done.
Oh yeah, that's great. Yeah,
you've got back cover.
What is it? The rule is, you should be able to recognize a character just from their silhouette.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And 3 of them. Yeah, I could do that with all 3 of those characters. So
with Robert, I think that'd be the only exception where like maybe it'd be a little bit difficult, but I think with like a lot of these like projects that I've been doing, I think he's still recognizable, at least from like the like from the exposed wires to like the piston leg, and like I think that this still sets him apart from like other like robot designs.
Yeah.
He's got the classic robot design. Like who was it? Someone in the comments earlier said Iron Giant, and like
Treasure Planet.
Yeah, Treasure Planet. It's just he's the classic robot design. He's instantly lovable. Whereas Eastwood has this just cool design, which is I think why I like him so much. Is just he looks awesome. I want to know more about him and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
What's the human? What's the guy's name?
He's Charles. So he's gonna be the mechanic of the group, or like the Well, I guess like the token human.
Yeah, well, he's got to have a reason to be there, so he's obviously knows how to fix these bots, right?
Yeah, because in the future, all the robots because it's going to be after the year 3000 from Y3K happening, but the year that takes place is going to be the year 84.
Oh, okay. All right, so the world's well and truly screwed, and whatever happened has long taken place, and we're seeing the after
and
of that.
Exactly. And then all the humans have basically everybody on Earth just kind of said like, well, let's restart the year again because this is the year that the apocalypse essentially happened. So we're jump starting now from like year 1, and in the world of Robert, we're going to be starting off from the year 84.
And you look at stuff like cargo cults and stuff, how they form within a generation. Like it only takes one generation for people to lose huge swaths of information when they don't have the technology or the oral tradition to keep it going. So I could very well see that within 80 years, it's about 4 generations. People could have gotten
10, 15 years. It's something 10.
Again, look at Fury Road. You know, Immortan Joe was alive before the war. He was a soldier in the war that caused the Mad Max world. So within his lifetime, he's managed to rewrite the history of this entire area with him as God within, 30, 40, 50 years. Like it's totally doable.
And there are people that have grown up in that world and they're adults now that's all they've ever known. So
yeah, they don't know any different.
Yeah, because I was gonna have it be that like Charles, because he's a mechanic, but like his kind of like tagline name is like Charlatan Charles, so he tends to like rip off a lot of like robots because he needs supplies and food, so he has to kind of like manage where he can, because his dad ends up teaching him how to like fix up robots, because in the future humans are kind of like a hot commodity because their purpose in the world now is that they have to fix robots to get supplies from them.
So how extinct are people? Like how many people are around as opposed to robots? Because I'm assuming it's mostly robots, right?
Yeah, so like it's mostly robots, but like for every one human, there's probably 20 robots.
Okay.
Or so.
All right.
Yeah, so there's not going to be that many humans in the book. There's mostly going to be a lot of like robots, but for the humans that are there, they're in specific parts of the town, because like the book takes place in Las Vegas, and for a lot of the humans, they're going to be in like their own sort of like sector of like Las Vegas.
That's incredible. Yeah, I love it.
So how's the campaign going, mate?
It's going pretty good so far. We have we're at 25% funding so far since launching, I think, this past Monday.
Okay. So you mean Monday a week ago, because it's Tuesday here in Australia. So you mean Yep. Okay. Just want to make sure.
Yeah. Plenty of time. You'll definitely. Looks like you're definitely going to make it. I'm looking at your campaign now. I'm scrolling through the page on my own screen. Yeah, like, it looks like you definitely. People love it. Everybody that sees it seems to instantly. I haven't seen anyone have any real complaint about it so far. And as I said at the start when you first showed up, like this is something that I've been shilling on pretty much every stream since. Okay, I'll do that. But yeah, it seems like good stuff. Like you've got a hit on your hands. People are going to back it. You're going to be fine, and I think you have a strong future ahead of you. Like,
and then this is the first 30 days, so we still have like an extra 30 days after to in addition to these 30 days.
Oh, shh! Don't tell them that. You've got 23 days left, and then it's gone forever. Everyone,
get on it, guys. Don't miss out.
Okay, yeah, 23 days. Everybody, back it now, please.
But yeah, so I'll be getting this one later this week, $85 US.
And to think that you can do the artwork yourself, it means that when people do a Kickstarter campaign, it tends to be the done thing to have this little pie graph that shows how they don't make a cent of profit. Everything goes towards printing and fulfillment, and they end up making like $0, which seems ridiculous. But since you're doing the artwork yourself, anything over all your costs, I mean, that's money that you can just feed back into the next book. That's money that you can use to seed the next title.
I have a question real quick. Here it says black and white graphic novel. Is that like the entire thing is black and white?
Yeah, so it's going to be so there's two versions of the book. There's going to be the one that's full color, and then there's the black and white, kind of like line art edition with the screen tones.
I love that. That's like the only time that I'll ever get multiple versions is if you have the black and white version, and hell yeah.
And then I know like Michael Bancroft, like he specifically kept like asking for the black and white edition for that one. So because I wasn't sure how I was going to be able to do it just like for printing costs, and because one of the printers that I'm looking towards is Mixam, and so far they seem to be one of the only ones that can actually like cut me a deal when it comes to like printing a certain number of colored books and printing a certain number of black and white ones.
Yeah, that's the picking the right printer is a surprisingly big thing, like that not many people think about on their first go. Like I've got quotes from multiple printers and I still haven't like settled on one. Like I'm not happy with any of them yet. So
but then chances are I might end up finding another printer like maybe within the time, because the ending time that I have for it I think is May of next year, because I'm hoping by the end of this year that I have all the artwork done. The original plan was actually going to be that I fulfill this in December of this year, and I realized that that's not going to happen. So instead of kind of giving people like false hope or just ending up like a different campaign where it's like a year late, or I have to make excuses or say like, hey guys, like but I think in this case, giving myself till May of next year to actually fulfill it. Completing all the artwork by the end of this year is the goal, and then the next couple of months of next year will be just like hunting down a printer, and then getting the books to my place to actually like package them up, and then fulfilling them, and like also in case anything gets damaged, I can call people up or just say like, oh, was your book damaged? Like here's an extra copy. Like no charge sort of thing.
Under let's say under promise and over deliver. Yes, I'll have it done by May, get it done by March or February. Say it's going to be this much, it's going to be that much. You've got to give that value added. You want people coming back for the next campaign.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it's much better to give yourself a much bigger window. Like if you say it's going to be delivered next year, and then be early, rather than say, all right, I'll be ready in 6 months and then be late.
Mm-hmm.
So.
We say having never fulfilled a campaign ourselves, we're absolutely obviously experts.
We know who are the late ones and who aren't. You know what I mean? And like, it's like you look at that creator, and that's like away from their book at all. You look at that creator, and then everything they release from then on out, you're going to think, hey, what the hell? Like who? Rob Willis is constantly getting shit for Shinobi Sasquatch lately. I see it all the time on Twitter nowadays.
Yeah.
They're late.
I think for that one, the only reason why it's disheartening is because we see so much of his work coming through on all these other campaigns, and like it's great work, but it's like, okay, well, you have all this amazing work in all these other campaigns that we're actually getting fulfilled, but where's yours specifically?
And that's the thing, you don't want the but at the end of that sentence. It's like everyone thinks you're great, but it's like no.
Yeah, I don't want to end up in that sort of scenario, and it'd be worse in my case just because I'm literally the only person that they go to, because it's the one man sort of like show with this one.
Yeah. Speaking of, how long does it take you to do a page like the one that I've got on screen right now, for example? Like not counting colors, because something like that would take me a good 4 or 5 days.
I actually completed all of the inks on this cover, because I actually did the pencils digitally, and then I printed out the pencils and did the inks on the bristle board. I think I did all the inks on bristle board within maybe 2 days, and then the coloring I actually got done I think in a day and a half.
It's pretty impressive.
So I think for the whole cover in total, like cover inks, like cover pencils, inks, and we can colors. I think all together it just wrapped up into maybe 4 days or 3.5.
Oh, yeah, you're a fair bit faster than me. It takes me about a week to do a page complete, like colored and everything.
For the interior pages, it takes me a little bit like less time, just because it's digital, and I think because I've built some sort of like repetition to actually like get the digital pages out a little bit faster. it was kind of a weird transition going back from digital for like months on end, and then going back to doing the cover for the campaign, because I wanted to make sure that I at least had the like completed cover for the campaign whenever it launched.
Yeah, that's something that I'm still struggling with, is how much I should have ready for just the launch of the campaign to show people and stuff. Like, it's a fine line between, what's a good stuff to show and what are you spoiling.
Exactly, and then that's the other reason, because I haven't shown off the Punk Rock Bot or Cleef to any other streams or even on my Twitter. I just wanted to kind of like show you guys, just to kind of see, like, kind of get your thoughts and like kind of gauge the room on that.
You'll be safe. There's only about 4 people watching this, so.
Well, well, not that. Just the fact that, like, I don't know, like, it felt like it'd be kind of neat to kind of show you guys, at least to kind of like see what's coming for it, you know.
I think people are more forgiving about spoilers than we give them credit for. I'm a bit similar sort of thinking to Dean there, just like, I don't want to give away too much. But you think about how much you see in a trailer these days. You think about how many details of a movie are spoiled. You think about, the movies that you've seen where your friends have spoiled the ending for. You still go see it, you still enjoy it. I think maybe we put a little bit too much weighting on this whole idea of, I got this cool idea and I can't wait for you to see it in action. Well, if you don't hear the cool idea and they don't buy your book because they didn't hear it, it doesn't matter how cool that idea is because they didn't buy your bloody book. So I'm starting to think
that way. I'm notorious for spoiling shit. Like, out of all my friends, I'm the one that everyone's like, shut up, Dean, don't wreck it. So I'm glad you think that way.
Telling you to shut up.
My friend actually does not give a shit whenever it comes to like spoiling. So and I was usually the one, like, when, like, before the pandemic and everything, I was usually the one that would go see a new movie, and then he would immediately just ask me, like, just spoil it, I don't care. And if it's good, regardless of the spoiler, his whole mentality is, if it's that good, the spoiler won't really matter,
Yep. And I think
welcome. CG's
hey,
here. Welcome, Roger. I'm surprised you didn't join in. You have the link. We know you do. And the reason no one's in control of the chat is because Callaway has stepped away for a moment. So I have control of the screen. But that's
Golden Girls must be on. Can't believe we didn't schedule this better.
It's definitely because of Golden Girls.
Well, if Golden Girls is on, I better leave too. Dean, it's all up to you, mate. See you later. Nah, I don't have a TV signal, so I won't be watching Golden Girls. Here I was drawing some fan art of the sheriff for Kells, and he's gone and pissed off on us.
Really? You didn't even finish my fan art, and here you are starting new fan arts. Skip's going to beat you to it.
Oh, maybe I forgot about it.
I honestly thought you had it in the bag, and then you've accidentally deleted it. So now Skip's way ahead.
Yeah.
And I honestly don't know what's going on.
Well, since Kells isn't here. Oh, he's back.
Welcome back.
I've been busy.
Dean's like curses.
Well, yeah, we're just admiring these beautiful pages and talking shit about comics as usual. So, how was your meal, Callaway? How was Golden Girls?
Golden Girls, it's awesome.
It's a given. It's like, is water wet?
If I was older and Betty White was a bit younger.
I love this page. I don't know why I love this.
Yeah, and then that one right there from the trailer, that one's actually the I wanted to make sure that there was going to be like a double splash page, like towards the beginning of the book, because like the whole, like, where he's looking out on the kind of like the canyon and like with the big airship that kind of crashed. I wanted to make sure that like people kind of saw that one kind of early on, because that was going to be like kind of set the tone for like the rest of the book.
Well, it's smart. Like, I think like everyone agrees, like even in the comments right now, Amoeba said it, CG World Order said it, like, you've got these great designs. It's like it's a fantastic art style. Like, I absolutely love your art style. It's
got a bit of a European feel to it, sort of like that, like heavy metal magazine. You'd expect to see this sort of thing in heavy metal.
Yeah, that's,
and they got like a 4-year wait list to get a story in there, to even be considered for a story in there. So that's pretty big praise, really.
Yeah. And I never praise anyone's art. I'm usually the one who's like, this is shit. And everyone else is like, this is great. And I'm like, yeah, but what about that bit? So, but I'm a genuine fan of your art style. I like it a lot.
Well, that means a lot, actually, just because, again, like, I've actually been working on this book for like a while now, and with launching the Indiegogo and everything, like all of that was just kind of like in the thought process of like making it come out, like, you know, for this year. So like it means a lot to actually hear like about like the artwork and everything.
Well,
yeah, I think that's one of the, aside from the financial side of things, that's what, like, you hear everybody say, I just want feedback. I just want people to enjoy my story. I just want to hear what they think, good or bad. As someone who does a lot of reviews, I hear a lot of people, they'll contact me and say, can you do a review of my book? I say, yeah, but I'll be honest about it. I'll give you, you know, the straight truth. And like, that's all I want. I just want to hear how I can get better, what you liked about it, what I did well. You know, I think that for people who create, for creatives, that's the connection we really want. It's not so much sitting and having a conversation with someone.
You never get that outside of like a creative environment either. Like, because, you know, if you can't draw, every drawing is incredible to you.
That's right.
Every other artist I've met, even if I'm better than them or they're better than me, right, we get a genuine back and forth about our art styles rather than just like, oh my God, that's incredible and I love it. Whereas, you know, even just in the ComicsMATE group, like Roger says that I'm slack as fuck. Callaway doesn't like my art style. And Kemosabe keeps putting me in competition with like professionals to, you know, make me try my best. It's like not one of them says, oh yeah, awesome every time. And like, that's what you need, you know, like, I'm not saying that's a bad thing in any way. It's like, that's what I need.
Yeah.
Well, because like with me and my friend, like we actually like a lot of the times like we'll shit on each other's like artwork and say like, yeah, it's bad. Or like a lot of the times but we mean it in like a very kind of like, okay, well, you should do this to like change it up, or at least to like handle this style a little bit better. Or like we're usually very helpful whenever it comes to like, you know, improving each other's like art styles, you know?
Yeah. Well, it's like, that's shit because we're used to looking at Jim Lee.
Yeah, exactly. Like you can't compare yourself to some of those people though, you know, like I think it was you, Kemosabe, who said that, you know, like you can't just, there's no amount of practice that will make you as good as Jim Lee or someone like that. Like some people are just naturally talented and then that's all there is to it. So yeah,
a lot of people don't want to believe that, but it's somebody who's born with natural talent. Like, you know, you'd know the same thing, Dean. When you were growing up, you're always the best drawer, the best artist in your little clique, your circle, your group, your school, your town.
Best artist in my entire school. Like,
there you go. You know, and that's a big fish in a small pond.
In Australia, I'm from Craigieburn, and the Craigieburn football logo, like the football team, was drawn by me when I was a 16-year-old. So if you like Google Craigieburn Football Club in Australia, there's like a Craigieburn eagle, and it looks like, you know, the typical mascot eagle wearing the jersey and holding the football. I drew that when I was a teenager, and it's just because I'm from a small town where no one else can draw or anything. I honestly thought I was the best artist in the world until I. You know,
Does Robert have a main hashtag?
I've just been using like I guess his name, just Robert. I should probably make like a genuine like hashtag for it instead of just like the name Robert.
My book's more than a year away, and I already have a hashtag. Come on,
there's something you definitely got to think about. It's like everything, like branding. You know, you got to have your branding down pat. You got to have your, you know, like you got your name, and you got to have your gimmick, and you know, all your coloring's the same, and all your images are the same, and all your logos and your characters, and there's a visual similarity to the stuff that you do that people will associate with you, and that's good branding. And for anybody that's considering making a comic or whatever, I think you need to be on that. What, you know, you think, I've got this idea of a comic, it's X, Y does Z. That's great. Now start thinking about your branding at the same time. Start thinking about how you're going to promote that once it's done.
Roger's in the back room. Should we leave him there just to fuck with him for a little bit?
No, let him in. I haven't spoken to Roger in ages.
Oh my God! What a
g'day, mate. How are ya?
What's going on, guys? Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Can you hear?
I mean, what?
Yeah. Can you hear the machine in the background, man? It is crazy. No.
I can't hear anything at all in the background.
No, that's good. Yeah. That's good. I've only got a few minutes because I'm helping take care of my dad right now, and so I can't peel a lot of time away from him. But I just wanted to jump in here and, man, again, Boogie Bot, man, I'm sorry I missed your launch. I've really been excited about this book since I ran across you on Twitter, man, and it's just you keep just throwing out this amazing art, and the style is so. I really, really love this, man. I really love this book, and I can't wait to get this thing. It's going to be great. But when I get back into full swing, man, I guarantee you I'll be here every day promoting this book. This thing is a 5-figure. It should be a 5-figure book.
Well, that means a lot, man. Again, obviously, we spoke before and everything, and again, family comes first before anything,
Yeah. It just, I was really, really looking forward to that launch, and I hated it. I was so disappointed. But that's just the way life is. It's it never times out very well, but
it doesn't wait for anyone.
No, it sure doesn't. But I don't back a whole lot of ComicsGate books, but the ones that I do, it's because their art grabs me. But along with the art, you've got this fantastic story, and the Y3K is it's really awesome. In the Wild West robots and everything, I really love this, and it reminds me a whole lot of Fallout New Vegas. And I'm a big Fallout guy, and
You're right. It does.
I just really, really friggin' love this, man. I'm so excited for this book. I can't wait to get it.
Yeah, and again, I'm gonna make sure I deliver on this book, man. Because again, like the artwork, it's coming slowly but surely. It'll be to the top quality that I know I've been trying to keep these pages under.
Yeah, every time you release some new work, man, it's just it gets more and more impressive. And how long have you been drawing?
Intensely, kind of like working in, like, I guess, the comic scene. I actually used to work for an indie publisher called like Unearthly Comics, and I think I joined them around 2014, 2013. So I guess like comic book aesthetic, like kind of drawing, I've been doing that for a number of years now. But I guess like the kind of like the stereotypical sort of thing is, oh, I've been drawing like forever, since I was a kid. But I think like intensely drawing like for Robert, since like 2014.
That's fantastic. So, who are your comic artist inspirations?
In terms of the inspirations that I have for Robert, it seems kind of the ones that I've been inspired by are like Sean Gordon Murphy. For a lot of his like inking styles, like I love the sort of like kind of scratchy, sort of like fast paced sort of like look that he has for a lot of his ink work. And then John Higgins, for like the coloring. I know he did a lot of like Alan Moore stuff, like Watchmen. He usually would do like a lot of like panels that are just strictly purples and oranges, or even from The Killing Joke, like from the original colorized version, where like Joker would be just completely in blue and yellow. He wouldn't be in his like Joker colors, but it would work in like kind of like the intensity of the scene.
Yep. I
think Frank Miller, to a degree, it seems kind of like the kind of like stereotypical sort of like choices, but those are the ones that I like kind of grew up on for like the most part.
Well,
it's Gordon Murphy in the face, in the human face. I mean, like that's a good thing. Like I really like his style. I know some people don't, but like I've always been a fan of it. The square jawline.
It sets his book apart as his style, and I'm always curious as to how people land on their styles, because you see a lot of guys try and draw like Todd McFarlane or Jim Lee, and it kind of gets old. But when you see a new style like this, it just nails down the proportions and everything, and it's just,
that's beautiful.
Yeah, your style sets you apart, just like Andrew Huerta's style does, and it's so awesome to see, man. It really is awesome.
Yeah, that's the color one.
Yeah, the color for the cover.
Yeah, is that the cover? That's beautiful.
So you're drawing and inking, and I'm guessing that you're coloring this too?
Yeah, so for the whole book, I'm doing the pencils, inks, colors, letters, and the fulfillment.
Man, that's just a one man gang, man.
and then the story is just the story that I've had for for a while now.
How many times have you refined the story?
Not incredible. Like, so, because back in 2014, I released the first issue for Robert. At some point, I feel like I probably should show people more of the original issue, but because
original issue? Yeah, huh? Don't
so
brush over that.
So I had an original because under Unearthly Comics I actually released 2 issues for Robert. It was issue 1 and issue 2 back in 2014, and then the second one I had done in 2015 or 2016.
So what? Let me ask you this. You know how Ethan's got the warts and all thing. Why are we not getting like the bolts and all?
Well, so for the Gears and Cogs, so for the Gears and Cogs bundle, I'm actually including a reprint of that issue 1. Okay. Included with the graphic novel, because I wanted people to get like a little piece of like history to kind of because the story is for the most part similar, but for the graphic novel it's the story that I thought I couldn't do before actually like coming within like the official book now, like for the graphic novel.
Okay.
And because it's all original artwork too. It's not like I'm just grabbing the same artwork from the 2 issues,
right.
And just like chalking them in with like new pages. But it'll all be completely new artwork. There's new story to the book. But for that Gears and Cogs bundle, people will be able to get like the issue 1 to kind of show like, oh, this is where the idea came from.
That's a great idea. I haven't had a chance to look over your campaign, but now see, for like people that's like myself that's fans of your art, that is a great tier, and that's probably one of the ones I'll be backing, because I want to see where this story. I'm just so fascinated by the story and just the art and everything. And you've got this Eastwood robot, and I love it. It's all great, man. And but yeah, I would be I'll be backing that tier for sure, because I want to know, like you said, the history of this. It's a real treat to be able to have something like that, rather than just, well, here's like 3 covers, a poster, and all this other stuff like these guys do. That's a very unique tier, and I'm really, really excited to back that. It's really neat.
And then I wanted to make sure that because like for most of the perks that I have on here, I just wanted to make it kind of straightforward for people, instead of like because when we reach like the stretch goals and stuff like that, there'll be like posters included and like the little kind of bells and whistles. But it just for the bare bones like perks, it's the essentials that people, I guess, that they would be wanting. Like the graphic novel in color, black and white, the issue 1.
Bookmarks?
The what?
Bookmarks.
Yeah, and then for all the people that signed up for the pre-launch, they're getting an exclusive bookmark, and then
awesome.
They're getting an exclusive bookmark with with any of the perks that they had bought. And I have a stretch goal for another bookmark, but it's completely different than the exclusive one. So if you sign up for the pre-launch and if we pass the goal, like the stretch goal, you'll end up with 2 bookmarks, but they'll be completely different. The only people that'll get that exclusive one was only for the people that signed up for the pre-launch,
which is us. So that's fine.
Yeah.
So awesome. One thing I want to ask you is maybe down the road, if you do another campaign or 2, would you be open to the idea of producing a sketchbook?
I actually that's an idea that I have for like an ash can for this campaign. I'm hoping that if we get enough funding for the book, that I'd be able to produce like because I do have endless sketchbooks of a lot of the original artwork from Robert, like back from 2014.
Okay.
So I'm hoping that if we do a second campaign, I'm hoping that I can do kind of like because at the back of this book, I want to kind of have like I want to show like the progression or like character designs. Like in the back of like comics, they'll usually have like, oh, this is what the character used to look like a year or 2 ago.
People absolutely love that stuff. That was always one of my favorite things to check out.
Yeah.
And like I can see what the train of thought Roger's going on. Like I'd love to see an art book as well. Like your style is worthy of that sort of thing, because it's so unique. Oh, hail X Vicious as well. Welcome.
X Victorious. Dean, you mispronounce his name every single time he comes on here, mate. It's just rude.
That way, I swear. I get just as annoyed as he does when Liam does it, so I'm never going to call him that. It's like I don't know if it's OCD or what, but it drives me mental when he does it. So I can only imagine how X Vicious feels.
Would have been perfect if you had a Freudian slip and called him X Victorious that one time.
Yeah, Robert. Everyone should back Robert because it looks fantastic, and it's like unanimously everybody agrees that it looks great.
Yeah,
it's just so wholesome. Like it doesn't have any of that narky negative. It doesn't have an agenda. It's not social warrior justice driven. It's just it looks like a good story, a good simple straightforward story. It's a conflict. You've got good guys and bad guys, and it's clear who's who. This is what people want out of comics. They want to be entertained. They want escapism. This is the condensation of everything we say that we want in comics. When we say we want comics to be better, this is what we're talking about.
Because the bare bones of this book, it's just an adventure. Like that's what I'm wanting for this book. I'm just wanting for everybody that's going to be reading it. I just want them to like enjoy like the thrill ride of just like seeing a Western, like a sci-fi Western. That's all I'm wanting for people to kind of like when they leave the book, like when they put the book down. I just want to know if they got some form of enjoyment out of it, from the action, from the characters, that's what I'm mostly wanting from like to see from people.
Yeah,
the absolute state of the world that you even have to say that, it's like, I'm just trying to entertain.
At least not nowadays. I feel like I have to say that nowadays, because it's like all I want it to be is just fun,
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
look, this is the way I think about comics. Most of the comics that I grew up on, the stories were pretty crappy. But the art, if the art was really good, that book got a 10. It always got a 10 for me. And I mean, look, if you can't write, I mean, this is definitely still going to be a fun book. It's going to be awesome.
I appreciate that.
But I mean, just by you laid the plot out, and it's going to be good. I'm banking on this being a damn good book written, and just the art alone can carry this book. It's awesome, dude. Because it's very fun to look at. It's very fun, and everything you can just sit down and just like go over and over and over. Just the art, just because of the art. So
it's one of the only books that we've featured on every single stream. Yeah. There's only 2 books that we've ever featured on everyone.
The colors, the colors are just very different, and it's like I don't think I've ever seen anything like it.
Yeah, I've said before that like if I was the guy who colored it, I would have colored it completely differently. But that's because I don't know how to color, but I absolutely love like the lighting, like the way you've created the atmosphere, the environment of the world it's beautiful. Like there's no other two ways. It's like let's get all arty about it. It's fucking amazing.
We've talked about other books that have like the drawing style is just out of this world, but then the colors are just kind of so. It's just colors can make or break a book, but this right here, I mean, it's got all the elements of a perfect looking comic book. Man, I don't know how you landed on these colors, but I mean, they perfectly complement your art.
Yeah,
it really does.
I think for the most part, like the purples and kind of like yellows that I put for like a lot of like the shadows and the lights on the page, like I think it works well for like I think the only reason why I put them down was just because of the whole kind of sketchy style for like the inks. I think it kind of like makes it seem a little bit more kind of rugged. And I think like for the kind of post-apocalyptic world, like where it's just like oranges and yellows and kind of like yellows, oranges, browns. I think adding in those purples just and from a podcast that I listened to, I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with like the Sleepy Cast or from like
Nope.
from Oni or whatnot, but one of the artists on there had mentioned at one point like just like it doesn't have to necessarily be the accurate colors for what you're coloring, as long as it pops or grabs somebody's attention.
Yep. Yeah. I completely agree with that.
And I think for the most part, for the robots, I think the purples kind of like accent the robots like well enough to make them look a little bit more kind of like pop arty,
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. No, it's obviously very well thought out and well planned ahead and things. It's you didn't just slap colors on the page and be done with it. and like it really shows. It's like it shows in a file. I'm surprised you don't have more money than what you do already. Like I'm surprised that you weren't funded in the first couple of days, to be honest.
I was surprised we reached 25. I was surprised we reached 25% funding within like the first, was it like 2 or 3 days actually.
So you sell yourself way too short. That's what we like. That's what all us new creators do. You don't actually know what you're worth, man. But bloody hell, like you are much better than you give yourself credit for, and you deserve a lot more than this. Like this is insane. I was genuinely shocked when I first jumped on this page earlier. So.
Yeah, and again, man, I'm in a really bad spot, or I'd be promoting the hell out of this book. And I've basically got to teach my dad how to walk again. And I don't know how long that's going to take. So it's really pulling me away from ComicsGate. Otherwise, I'd be really promoting the hell out of that book. I mean, that's why I made my platform, is to promote artists like you. And it's just really, I really friggin' hate it that I can't spend time doing this, man. Because this book is it's like, I don't know. I ain't got the words to describe how excited I am for this book. I really, really am.
No, and I understand that. I understand that too. Like for your dad, because my dad more recently, back in July, he actually just got like knee surgery, because he had the Christian Bale Batman like thing from The Dark Knight Rises, where he had no cartilage in his knees really. So he had to get he basically had to get I think like an injection, or like this kind of like, it's this kind of like foam or sort of like rubber thing that they basically had to put in between the discs of his knees. But he only did the one knee. So it's been, for him, he's having to kind of like not relearn to walk, but like for the first like couple of weeks, like boy, it was hard on him, just because we had to like, help him out from his chair, from his bed. It's just like it is kind of like it is kind of sad in a way, because it's like, man, you're seeing like you're having to help your own dad kind of like walk again, or at least to kind of help him up. But we're still here with him and for him, and but so I completely understand that.
Just to jump in, sorry to be business in the midst of all the tragedy. Black Rose Comics just saying that Robert deserves an EVS plug. That's not so easy to get these days, but Malin does a regular show where he promotes comic books, and I think, I could be wrong, chat, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's just like call in, like you just let him know ahead of time, hey, I've got this book, this is it, and he's like, yeah, cool, I've got time for you, come on. So I mean, that's 10,000 people in his his subscribers, and that, like, you're gonna be looking at 5 figures of people are going to see your book, Robert, and your book's affordable, it's quality. It's what people say when they say they want comics. This is what they're talking about, So I think a mail-in push would be a really doable thing for you. Get on that show and just tell them what you've told us. Tell them about the punk bots. Tell them about the, it's not giving away too much.
Yeah, and unlike Ethan, Malin's show is like open to everyone. So I'm sure he would happily have you on if you fucking send him a message or something on Twitter.
Yeah,
get in contact somehow. I'm sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I think. I really think Malin would have a good time promoting this book.
Yeah,
this is a gorgeous book, and
yeah,
man, you're only at 7.
I think anybody would love to put this book on their channel and promote it. It's a cool ass book.
Yeah. Where's Skip at? Skip's really dropped the ball. And Michael, I'm pretty sure he only showed this once, didn't he?
This is the sort of book I could see on the shelf of the comic book store. Like, you walk in, you're like, oh, this is good. Saying that Diamond would look at and say, yeah, we'll sell that. Like, there's certain things you've got to meet before Diamond will put you on the shelf, and they'll look at this and go, yeah, this is good enough to get out there. So, I think you've got a pro level project here. So definitely jump on Malin's channel if you can, and Bancroft a few more times. Like, he's got a fair bit of influence and reach these days. This is what I was saying earlier in the video. It's not always the quality of your book. You can have an amazing book that sits there and does nothing. It's about visibility. So, Boogie, you just got to get out there more, man, and just be seen. And don't settle.
I think that's the only problem, is just like because sometimes I feel like I don't want to be like too pushy or anything, and then that's why because I whenever I went on the what's it called, the pre-launch kind of like run, I went on a fair amount of people's like streams, and they all seemed like to like the book so far, from like what the artwork was, and like whenever I would talk about the story. So I'm trying to at least re-hit all those same people that were so gracious to kind of like have me on their streams in the first place. You know, they kind of like, you know, like, because it's like, oh, well, here's the real, like, here's a launch. So I feel like it'd be kind of nice to kind of like hit everybody back up to be on them, you know?
Yeah, well, everybody, they might not be aware that you have actually gone live. Like, I don't remember it. I'm not always on Twitter every day. Some days I just don't get to be on it at all. Some days I'm on it all day. I don't remember there being like a big splash, like boom, hey, we're live, everyone. So maybe there's, you know, scope for that. Maybe there's scope to just do like a big, hey, just reminding everybody we're live, bunch of pictures, bunch of images, do like a media blitz. Just every 30 minutes, have another panel, another picture, another reminder. And you find the guys that get the big numbers, they are a little bit pushy. And look, we're dog salesman. There's nothing wrong with being pushy. Liam is a little bit pushy. And good on him. He's made $100,000. Like he say, and guys back Xenotype. So, you know, Liam be like, and we went over the mountains and the hills, and there's a glorious vista before us. And I had this deep, meaningful conversation with this wise man, and he said, back Xenotype. How many times? I'm going to say the words back Xenotype and you get Liam flashbacks. Back Xenotype, guys. You know, you've got to be a little bit pushy.
Back to Xenotype.
Ethan's always saying, you know, back this, back that. He's got so many different versions of the book. There's nobody on planet Earth that doesn't know Cyberfrog is a thing, but he still tells us, hey, back Cyberfrog. I really appreciate you guys. Back it now. Jump on and back Cyberfrog.
Every single time I see like Ethan tweet out, help make it happen for Cyberfrog, I just laugh. Dude, it's happening.
It's already happened.
Like it's like it's well over. It's like
exactly.
There's people who have backed Cyberfrog, I reckon, that haven't backed, and just for their money, they can do what they want. But like they're normies that have backed that, and they wouldn't have backed any other ComicsMATE project. They wouldn't know to name another ComicsMATE project because Cyberfrog's got that normie appeal. So
that's
it's
so weird. Like, if you're backing comic books on Indiegogo, I mean, why wouldn't you be backing other ones? But some people are just like, oh, you know, I'm just a fan of Ethan Van Sciver from back when he worked with DC.
Yeah. But I think Boogie's comic here has got that same normie appeal. If you show my book to some regular people, they're like, oh, I don't know, man, colors and spandex is a bit violent, it's a bit sweary, it's a bit politically loaded. It's not really for me. I just want to be entertained. You show them Boogie's book, they're like, yeah, Robot Cowboys, hell yes, I'm in on this. So just get eyes on it, man. Just get out there and just keep doing that same hustle, just the same stuff you're telling us. Because I can feel the change in mood when you're talking about like the greaser robots and all that stuff. People are going, oh, hold on, this is cool. The robot personalities and the callbacks to the media and the Hollywood and that sort of thing.
Like the Black Rose comics you're saying. I mean, he's just reiterating what Kimasami here said. You have to be pushy to get that.
Yeah, you do.
I don't know if you follow Adam Post, but
yeah, a little bit.
He's got a relatively small YouTube platform, but the thing Adam does is he works very hard at getting on every stream that he can. I've seen him on streams where there might be just 5 people in the chat watching, but he's still out there hitting every one of them. So yeah, be pushy, man. This is a beautiful book. And it's
once an hour, man. Tweet something out every hour.
Yeah,
and you can set that up ahead of time. You can schedule all your tweets. You can sit down and within the space of an hour, make up 20 or 30 tweets with pictures, and you can schedule them ahead of time. And then you just let it go, and it'll post it for you on like clockwork.
Awesome. And tag everybody that you know that'll retweet your.
Yep, tag us, tag all of us, and we'll tag other people.
Right, and here's something I've not been able to spend a lot of time on Twitter, but whenever I see somebody tag me, I'll retweet that for them. I may not comment or anything, but I'll still get it out there. So
it's just more eyes on.
Boogie, what are your long-term plans with this book? Because I see this book at Barnes and Nobles in comic shops.
With this book, I'm hoping to because since it's in the vein of like a Western, I'm hoping to make this like a genuine trilogy, because I'm hoping to make this one volume 1. It's still going to be its completed story for Robert, but I have this big vision to kind of like see this through of just like this is the book that I'm wanting people to like when they think of like BoogieBot, they're going to think of like, oh, Robert, you know, like that's the book that I'm wanting to be recognized for.
Ethan and Cyberfrog. You think exactly. Ethan Cyber, you can't not think Cyber. You don't think Green Lantern anymore. You don't think Flash. You think Cyberfrog.
Yeah, like I have ideas for other books and like other characters and stuff like that, but I think Robert's the one that I've just kind of like set my focus on just to make this one come true, you know.
Something else I was going to say about the whole pushy factor. Once be a little bit pushy at first, because once you've got that platform, and once you know that people know you, and they've got your book and they've said, "Hey, this is good, this is quality," and they give you positive feedback on it. Once you've established that platform, that's the most important thing. Get it out there, get the book done, be known as somebody who fulfills a book, get that positive feedback, and you know, if you're a little bit pushy early on to get that platform, it's worth it. There's no point being meek and mild, having half the people back it they might have, and get half the feedback, get half the eyes on, half the visibility. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, and if you're a bit pushy, it says, I believe in my product, I care about my product, I really think it's got what it takes. You know, Meba talks about how your excitement sells it. I'm not a very exciting guy. Like I'm normally pretty chill and pretty low energy. I'm just like pretty monotone most of the time. Streaming helps me be a little bit more exuberant and out there. But yeah, just get on there and have that excitement and tell people how. Like, listen to Zach and Ethan, the way they talk. Half of what Zach says when he's talking about his book is just him telling you how much he loves the book and how excited he is for us to read it. And that's not qualitative. That's not something that you can put your finger on and say, that's a definite subjective thing that I can measure. You can't measure how much Zach loves his book. You can't measure how much somebody else who reads it is going to enjoy it. But you keep saying, man, I love this book. I believe in it. It's my future. I put so much time into it. I can't wait for you guys to read it. You're going to love this. You're going to love that. You're going to love this thing. Like, you just pimp it, spruik it.
I just found out Boogie on Twitter, mate. I just followed you on Twitter from when I got nuked. I don't know if you knew that or not, but my whole Twitter account was gone.
Yeah, so. I saw you kind of like, I think you might have like followed me like twice or so, and then I thought like, I thought I was already following you on here. So like I was just kind of surprised to see like a second time. I thought like, oh man, did I do something? Like,
yeah, that's my new one. My old one's gone, so I've just followed you on the new one. I've lost all my music and everything, so like I'm like still 200 down. So if you used to follow me on Twitter and you hear this, please follow me. I will follow you back. I'm in the middle of rebuilding my platform with no explanation at all. So
no, they didn't even tell you what it was.
Yeah, they gave me no explanation. So, all right, that's good to know. We're slowly getting there.
Nuked. I got told why it was.
Yeah, exactly. Like I didn't get anything. All right. So yeah, sorry about that slight interruption.
No, it's all good. I wanted to make sure that I'm actually like following all of you guys on here.
Because I'm on Twitter at the moment, like retweeting everything.
Yeah, me too.
All right. Yeah, back to the conversation.
Going back to what Lee was saying about Zach, like if the creators don't pump their books and act like they care about it, the customer's not going to either.
That's it.
You know, if just, and I know like it's just like some people hate promoting because they feel like they're pushy or they feel like, you know, they're going to turn people off. But if you don't show interest and don't promote it all the time, I guess it's, you know, you just got to do it.
Mm-hmm.
If you're not willing to promote it, then you just got to be happy with what you get. If you're not willing to, I said something the other day, like, you know, Malin's always on about grab an oar, and I said you can have, you know, you grab we got the oars, but you got to buy the canoe. We can't paddle nothing. You know, so you got to be out there, and this is anybody. I'm not saying you, Boogie. Like, obviously you're here and you're promoting. Everyone's got a lot of love for your property, but you know, no amount of oars is going to do anything if you if the creator themselves doesn't have that enthusiasm that Kells is talking about. If he doesn't act like he believes in it, and this is something I found in my career, that if you say something like you believe it, other people will believe it. If you just straight up say it, like them not agreeing with you or not believing with you is not even a thing. You straight up say, oh, look, here's how it is, A, B, and C. And you just say it like that's 100% fact. And people in the audience won't say, well, you're wrong. They're like, well, this guy's really got a lot of resolve about this. He must know what he's talking about. I'm going to defer to his judgment or his seniority or that sort of thing. So if you go on there and you tell them this is the best Western, this is the best sci-fi Western, this is the best book you get, you know, it's the best of this, it's the best of that. You push that idea. That's not hubris. That's not narcissism. That's you believing in your product. That's infectious. And people pay for that. People pay for the hype.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Like, you've got to be confident in what you're selling. Otherwise, no one's going to... No, regardless of how likable or not likable you are or how active you are in the streams or anything, if you're not confident in what you're selling, you know, why would we be?
Like, the audience is only going to be as excited as you are, pretty much.
100%.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly,
Yeah, I mean, if you listen to Ethan, that guy's absolutely in love with Cyberfrog.
Mm.
I mean, he really is. And this book right here is just it's up there, in my opinion. It is up there with Cyberfrog and all these other great books. It really is. I mean, it's just this is one of the things I look forward to when I get on Twitter. Right? I'm just like, if you got new art, and it's like late at night, he'll post something right before he goes to bed. I'm like, waited all freaking day for this. I want to see it in the morning when I get on here. I want to see Robert art, so I can put it in my Robert folder.
Yeah, I'm still gonna be posting more artwork on there too, like because I've been working on pages from today too, so I'll be making more tweets tonight too, like as the day goes on, and yeah, I'll try. I have to try to do the whole like scheduling tweets, at least the whole like help back Robert. You know, I have to get those kind of situated on there as well.
But I mean, I can understand because it's got to take a long time to get these pages done. I mean, I sometimes before you log off for the night, I'll see like a half finished page where it'll be just like sketched out or whatever, and then next day it'll be like ink, and then maybe a couple days later it'll be colored. I'm like, man.
Okay.
But dude, I mean, you're putting a lot of work into this. And when I get back on here, I want to help. I'm going to help promote the hell out of this book. And we will get this thing funded for you. We will.
And again, man, that means a lot to me to actually hear that. Just because, because it's my first time, like my first kind of like go around on this. But yeah, again, like I will get back on kind of like the hype train for this to actually kind of like get this going and like circulating and everything.
A Robert trading card would be awesome too. That would be cool.
Yeah. I thought about that too for like a trading card, but like because I know like with some campaigns like so like in your guys' opinions, like would y'all like trading cards for like all the books that you back, or like do you feel like maybe like certain books don't adhere to like a trading card or something?
I had the idea a while ago for there to be a unified ComicsMATE trading card format, and anybody who did a ComicsMATE campaign that wanted to participate, did they? There you go.
Yeah, and someone is doing that.
Be like the old Marvel Universe cards had power ratings and a little blurb on the back, and a little portrait on the back and a picture on the front. So then you've got this whole set, and they're numbered depending on. No, you just call a number. Say, look, my campaign's coming out in a month. I've got number 45, and Dean's campaign comes out next week. Okay, he's got 46 through to 48. He's got a couple of characters or whatever, and then people get the folder and they could have their full-on set of ComicsMATE character cards, like a proper set, and all the borders would be the same, and all the trade dress would be the same, so that it looks unified. I always thought that would have been a cool idea, but trying to get that sort of thing organized would have been a nightmare. To answer your question, Robert, I don't back physical, so trading cards don't do anything for me.
Yeah, because again, like, because for Robert, like, I don't really know if like a trading card kind of like seems to be like the way to go, like for Robert, because I know like the bookmarks were something that I wanted to do for it. I know like a folded poster, that was something. And like I think like stickers were also something else to like, because I feel like everybody can use like a sticker just to like slap on like a laptop or a bookcase, or
I put stickers all over my desk and all over my computer, so stickers would be good.
Stickers for me, like I collect stickers. Growing up, my dad used to collect stickers for anything, like with his job or with like in like construction machines and mining machines and stickers and stuff. So dad always got me collecting stickers as a kid. So any ComicsMATE book that comes with stickers, I collect the stickers and put them in a box so they don't get damaged. But like trading cards, I've never collected a trading card in my life. But like stickers, if you did stickers, I would collect stickers, and I mean, I wouldn't stick them on anything. I would put them in a shoebox and stick them in my bedroom and keep them forever.
When it comes to collectible wise, like card and a sticker is the same stuff. Same thing.
Yeah. Bookmarks too. I like it when you get a bookmark from CG Books because you can keep.
I want a bookmark in everything. I want a bookmark in every campaign because it's a book. We need bookmarks, and I can't tell you. Like I think I've only ever read like 2 or 3 like CG books in one go. So more often than not, I've had to rip a bit of paper off one of my sketchbooks or something and then use that as a bookmark. So every campaign needs a bookmark, and that's something that I'll die on that hill.
The chat doesn't know that Dean likes bookmarks like Kellaway likes the Golden Girls.
Yeah, so bookmarks definite plus.
All right, guys, I gotta hop off here. It was great talking to my mates again. Miss you guys.
Yeah, for sure.
Mate.
Boogie, I'm really glad that I got a chance to talk to you.
Yeah, because this is my first time actually speaking to you, man. It was a great like time just having you on here.
Well, thanks, man.
You'll get over it.
Yeah, you will. But yeah, man, I'm really looking forward to this. And when I get a chance, I'm going to get back to promoting your book, and hopefully we can get it. I know we can get this thing funded in just a couple of days.
That's not a worry.
Yeah, I mean, you look what we did for Perfect 10. I think we raised just over like 3 or 4 days. We raised like $5,000 for that guy.
Yeah,
and we got him up just right at the last minute.
Kemosabe loves Perfect 10, but I would say that Robert looks better than Perfect 10 does.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Just what I'm saying is that you got these great comics like Perfect 10 is one of the best superhero comics that come out that year. It went under the radar. Nobody was paying attention to it. It just looked, I thought it was just a titty book or just like a Danger Girl type book, but it had all the trappings of the superhero comics that we missed from the 80s and 90s. You know?
All right, see you later, Amoeba. Amoeba's leaving. Say goodbye. Don't be rude.
Thanks for joining.
The CrossFitter is here.
CrossFitter.
CrossFit Skip.
Who let little arms on the show?
Would it be poor taste to look at some of these other campaigns we have lined up now?
No. What? Why? I would like to actually hear. It'd be good to hear because usually it's just us here. We actually have a guest who can give his opinion on some of the other books as well.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Get Boogie's professional opinion on all this.
Do you want to?
None of us are professional.
Or do you want Dean to?
I've got one lined up. I had had Robert lined up as well, so
I put like 10 in the chat.
Oh, I guess it worked out for me to come on then.
It did. It worked out perfectly.
In the private chat, Dean, there's like all the ones Chemo is backed. We're going to go through them.
I'm going to share this one first, which is probably one of the ones Chemo backed. Oh, wait, hold on. Yep. I've got to share the audio. Otherwise, there's no point. All right, like we've got to check out this trailer and all that. But yeah, this is one that I'm actually worried wasn't going to get funded, but it seems to have had a few boosts, like it's getting these little kicks here and there, so it's getting closer and closer. Like when I looked at this 2 days ago, it was not that high. So it's getting its kicks, but this one deserves a lot of love. So let's have a watch this trailer and then we'll talk shit about Island 19, a tale of the Bermuda Triangle.
Should I go first or you guys?
I think this is one that Dean might have said that it suffers for not having a voiceover. Like it's just music, it's just pictures. It would have been good to have something like you get the little flashes that come up, say this thing and that thing, little hints from the newspaper and that. But it would have been good to actually have the creator or even a voice actor just sort of say, you know, this is specific because you need the hook. What's the hook? Is the hook Mysterious Island? Is it fighting undead robot Nazis? Is it like what's? I need to know what the actual hook is because that and the art is why you get my money. And I don't know what the hook to this is. Is it? And if it is just big adventure story, if it is just the mummy but on an island with undead Nazis, tell me that. Tell me that so I know that's what I'm backing.
At least like some subtitles. I think that would actually work a little bit better to its credit, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. The trailer was, I think, the weakest point of the whole campaign so far. But I noticed the last couple of days he's becoming more active on Twitter. And he's got a tagline now, and it's not what you think or something. Hopefully it's on this campaign page as I scroll down a bit further. But it's a mystery. What's happening is a mystery because like all the taglines and things, it says things like, you know, it's not what you think, or, you know, you won't see this coming and things like that. So it's some sort of mystery tale.
There's more to it than just, you know, a big American man knocking out Nazi gargoyles like you got on the screen there. You know, if it's a bit more than that, that gets me interested as well.
Yeah, definitely. Well, it seems that there is a lot more going on. Like, as you can even see in the preview pages, you know, like there's definitely a story, unlike a lot of books which have, you know, either too much or not enough at all. This seems like, you know, it's fairly well balanced. You know, I won't be skipping these pages just because there's a fair few words on them or anything like that. And as I mentioned at the start of the show before anyone was even here, I might have said this when we weren't even live, but this has this art style that's it reminds me of the opening of The Incredibles, but in a entire comic book.
I was about to say something kind of like Brad Bird sort of style because he always has like those type of like chiseled jaws and like the kind of like broad shoulders for like some of like the Incredibles characters.
Exactly.
I reckon you can go back even further, especially these backgrounds. These are Looney Tunes backgrounds. You go back to old school,
like painted Warner Brothers backgrounds. Yeah.
You got old Bugs Bunny cartoons and Daffy Duck cartoons. I'm thinking specifically of the one where Daffy Duck is Ron Hood and Porky Pig is Friar Tuck. And you look at the backgrounds there when Daffy Duck's swinging through the trees, the way the forest is depicted, there's no hard lines in the background. It's just blocks of shape and color that hint towards trees and vines and leaves and that sort of stuff. And you're getting a lot of that here, that these big shapes, and to do that without the outlines, it's really masterful to be able to put these shapes down confidently without black outlines to say this is definitely the beginning and end of this object. Show somebody who really knows what he's doing. But he's an ex-pro of some sort, isn't he? Like he used to work in
storyboard artist at Disney.
There you go.
Yeah.
So I don't know if he just thought the quality of the project would be enough to sell it, but I think it's good that he's getting more active. I've noticed he's been a little bit more active, pimping his book a little bit more, trying to make some connections with some streams and stuff.
He was on Shay's show the other day.
Yeah, I think she'd appreciate this sort of thing. She seems to like this sort of a little bit off kilter sort of stuff, just a little bit different.
Yeah. I really like it. Like it's completely different to my style and Boogie's style, and you know, as I said, I really like Boogie's style as well. But I genuinely love this. It's so I'm not sure what the word is, but there's something just. Yeah, it reminds me of my childhood, like of the cartoons I'd watch when I was a kid. And
is it just fun?
You know, like,
you just say
it just looks fun. Yeah, like I look forward to it. Like I back this.
Looks like a Disney movie when we were kids.
Yeah. This was it cost me like $75 just for postage, but that's how excited I was. Like I backed this one anyway. So.
Oh, is this in demand already, or?
No, it's not quite funded yet. It's let's have a look. There you go. Not quite funded. 28 days left.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it's got plenty of time left. And as I said, it's got a slight boost in the last couple of days because he's been getting more active online. People are starting to notice it. But I was genuinely worried this one wouldn't get funded, and it looks quality. Looks like a great book that I'm sure everyone will enjoy.
I was glad there's a digital option.
Yeah, of course you are. Oh, that reminds me, you're gonna have to talk to Michael and get him to send you a copy of the Lucent digitally so you can make a review for it, because I don't think he has a digital copy on his campaign.
He does not.
Yeah, so you're gonna have to talk to Michael about that.
We'll see if he cares what I think. I'm happy to do a review.
You're gonna be on Team Bancroft or Team Skip, you know.
Well, I mean, I don't want to
on his side or it does.
I don't want to have to choose. because I Skip knows how much I love his story. Like I'm very biased already. Skip's story has already won me over. That's going to be
pretty great.
Yeah, that's going to people are thinking about that when they put the book down. They're still going to be thinking about the, like very much like an M. Night Shyamalan sort of movie. Just those that you're thinking about it long after you've put the book down. You're like, oh man, that guy put a bit of thought into that. That's not just big guys in spandex punching each other through buildings. There was some pathos there.
Skip got me to tell him his my thoughts on his script live on air. So I was doing everything I could to tell him what I liked and stuff without spoiler. We can't tell you anything about it without ruining it.
Yeah, because it all links together. It's all one. Yeah, it all funnels towards one point.
Would you call it time travel? No, like it's just like butterfly effect. It's like manipulation back and forth, past changing, and it's so well put together that if I say anything, like he was asking, and I said I wanted to see, the best I could tell him was that I need to see a panel with lightning on it because I want to see what that looks like. And you know what I mean, don't you?
I do.
You know what I want to see. No one else would. They just want to see some lightning. And I'm trying to explain these things to him that I wanted to see them without spoiling them.
Yeah.
And Skip's story has that. Like it has that feel to it. Like can't tell you anything about it at all. I'm sorry.
Bancroft wouldn't know what you're talking about because he hasn't read the script.
Yeah, exactly right.
It's only the people that have read the script.
Michael's here today. Is Michael here in the chat right now? No,
we've only got not Skip.
Oh,
is that only on Team Bancroft?
Yeah. So I think he was talking about that on one of his streams, right? That he was like, "Oh, I haven't read it yet, but I'm getting to it."
He's never going to read pictures with it.
Yeah.
Which I get. I was reading somebody sent me their script a little while ago, and nothing like it's a great script, but reading in the script format can be monotonous, especially when it's written in like a real movie style, like night, interior, fade to prison. It's like I don't know.
Yeah, so sometimes whenever I get like scripts, because like a lot of the times, like me and my friend, he works with me like for Unearthly Comics too, and anytime we had scripts, we always. It was only strictly the like thumbnails, like where like with the panels, and like we would write the dialogue in the boxes. And for us, those were our scripts, because like because it's like the genuine story. Like a lot of the times, like I can't really handle where like somebody would give me a script and it's like, oh, panel 1 in like just like you said, like night sky, like character comes towards left, and it's like it gets a little kind of like monotonous and just kind of. I don't. It feels kind of to me. It feels kind of icky because I'm a visual person. But I love reading.
I feel the exact same way, mate. Don't worry. I think that's how we all feel. Like that's why we read comic books over novels. It's not that we can't read. We obviously enjoy reading. We obviously enjoy the escapism of reading a book. But comic books are graphic novels, especially. They're picture books for adults. Yeah, that's what we're into. We like the art. We like the I never talk about the story. You got Kemosabe's a writer, but I'm the artist. I'm always only talking about how cool the pictures look, And what Roger said earlier, he was given books 10 out of 10 just because it had cool pictures in them, and that was it. And I was very much the same growing up.
I was going to say, Dean, you say you don't read books. Some of us here write books. Some of us write novels, Dean.
I'm aware. I have one of your novels. I'm about halfway through it. I'm like 150 pages through that thing, man. It's fucking dense.
It is. All right.
Do you want some feedback though? I do have one note for you.
Right? Just words.
It's a great note. No, I love it. It's actually a great.
I was expecting you to just say like, "Oh, I have some advice." Stop.
You're gonna hate it.
Writing?
No, you're gonna hate
it. Like just stop what you're doing.
More words. What I'm going to suggest is actually more words in certain places. Okay, right? Calloway's going to hate this. Right.
Right. Does he write like he talks?
Yeah, he does. He definitely writes like he talks. But that's actually part of my point. Part of my point is, right, for example, there's a fight scene. I think it's about 50 pages in or something, right? It was one of the first big fights. And he's in like an office or it's some sort of, I can't remember. I honestly can't remember. But this like rude chick walks in and she's got this big burly dude and he gets into a fight. He basically gets his ass kicked. He gets thrown right through some things. My point was, right, you're very well descriptive of all this stuff. And because the main character is, I think this will work well because the main character is a detective, right? Like, so he should be very observant. But because the fight scene was going on for so long, and you're self-admitted, you're so wordy, right? As it went on and on, right, I could picture the character. Shut up. I could picture the main character very well, right? And I could picture who he was fighting, and I could picture that chick like leaning on the desk, smoking a cigarette and like watching. But as it went on, the environment would go into darkness, and all I could picture was the characters, because you were not paying any attention to the environment itself. Like, it would have, like, something as simple as having, as he got up, he watched the blood drop from his fucking nose onto the carpet rug, and then that would remind me that there's a carpet rug. And then, he looked up for anything that he could throw, and like, there's nothing around, give us something. Because as I said, as the fight went on, the environment around the characters would disappear into darkness, and I would forget where they were. And it was simply because we had these fight scenes, and it was all very well detailed, and I knew exactly what was going on. It was great. I think he like kicked him in the knee or something, and then grabbed him in his in a headlock. And the way that I was picturing it in my head, you had obviously described it perfectly, because they were in the perfect positions to do that exact next move and things. I thought that was great, but then I realized that I couldn't remember where they were in the room at all. Something as simple as like I threw his head through a wall. He damaged the bookshelf, or I looked for anything and there was only a vase to throw. Something, because I was losing track of the environment. But other than that, your story's fucking miles ahead of anything I've ever written, and I'm deeply invested. Like, as I said, I want the book for the spin-off of Pornstash. I always forget his name. There's some detective dude named Pornstash.
Yeah, he's great. It's good fun.
I would love to read him. He's a great character.
Yeah, I finished a book with him. It's about 50,000 words, so it's much shorter than the one you're reading, which I think is about 300,000.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, it's just he's a lot of fun because he's such a bad dude. You get to live like exactly, because he just does horrible things to horrible people, and he's like, I'm a cop, I can do it. You can't stop me. I'm completely justified in my head, and that's what
you love to hate him
about. Yeah, it's been talked about before, that motivation. If your bad guy, if your villain believes they're in the right, that's an effective villain.
Yeah. But yeah, that's the only note. Like, even out of the entire 150 pages, I think I've found 2 spelling mistakes, and just the one note of me saying that the environment was disappearing as I was reading it, because I was forgetting, where he was. But other than that, like, everything it's brilliant. Like, your storytelling, your character descriptions and stuff, they're all very well thought out, and I can picture them as if they were real people. Some of them I even have like actors and real people in mind, and I'm like, yeah, that's what that guy looks like for sure.
It always bugs me when a writer doesn't write like the fight becomes nebulous and you're not really sure where people are. Like,
I knew exactly where they were in relation to each other and how they were fighting it. I was actually impressed with, because the next move, I was like, oh my God, like, if that was a real fight, that's exactly, like, in my head, that's where he was standing, and that's what I would have done if I was standing there. Yeah. It was brilliant. So you'd obviously done that very well. But as I said, the environment was like fading into pitch black as I was reading, because like, he wasn't looking at his surroundings.
Kemosabe just got a taste of what his own reviews feel like.
I know the scene you're talking about. I'll go back and have another look at that.
Oh, I'm glad you've heard the scene I'm talking about, at least, because that was the first and only real time it happened. When I was like, hey, what's going on here? Like, I forget where he's standing. I skipped back and I was like, oh, right, they're in like an office.
Yep.
If you look closely at the screen, you can see Kemosabe's avatar getting redder and redder and redder and redder.
No, I've been doing this too long to get my feelings hurt.
There's steam coming out of his ears. There's a vein on his forehead that's about to explode.
I got the smiling one to the angry one.
Or no, that scared one. You got the one that's sort of your commentary, like looking to the side, like, oh, I don't know if I should. That'll be the one.
Yeah, that one.
I gave it to some other YouTube blokes to give me a bit of feedback on, and they were just absolutely brutal. Again, I don't agree with everything they said. This one guy was complaining because I had, and to him it was probably a valid complaint. He's complaining because I had Italians, like the Italian mafia in New Orleans, and he's like, that just didn't happen. That wasn't a thing. You'd more likely have like French mafia or Cuban mafia or something, and well, they're in there too. And then I come across an article that said in the early part of the last century, the Italian mafia was such a big problem that the citizens grabbed a dozen Italian blokes that were innocent and just strung them up in the street because I was so sick of them up. So, it's just stuff like that. Like people read something and maybe take exception with a fact.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't know when I wrote that. I just picked Italian Mafia because
remember my rule. Yeah, like when you give your script out to a bunch of people, take every note in, but if only take it seriously if it was repeated by more than one person. Because the way I see it is, if you say you missed something, I just think, all right, he's an idiot and he didn't get it. But if two people say it, it's like, okay, I didn't do it right.
Yeah, that's a good.
Otherwise,
like
why didn't the whole
people if multiple people are saying like, "Oh, too wordy," it's like, okay, well, I guess it's too wordy.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll never be able to please everyone. Everyone's going to have different opinions. But if a few people say it, well, then you might need to go back and look at it.
Yeah.
Well, that's the way I've looked at it anyway. Because like there will always be the one person, like maybe they just missed, maybe they skipped over something and they just didn't understand what you said. But then you've got the whole team of people. Why didn't the rest of them say that same thing? Like I'll tell you, because Kimasabi's read my script. There was a scene in my script that because the character's basically running. It's a whole chase movie basically, right? That's what my whole book will be. Anyway. Well, there was this one scene where the main character stops because they see an animal in the forest area that they're in, and basically, rather than everything else that has been terrifying, this animal is like a small, cute animal, and so she stops and she gives it a bit of food and stuff, right? Anyway, I had one person tell me that scene was a little out of place, and I was like, all right, whatever, man. I wrote that note down, but I really genuinely loved that little animal scene because I drew this cute as fuck little rabbit thing. Like, I thought it was great. And so I kept an eye, and then all the way through, no one else said anything. And then it gets to Lee, and Lee says the exact same thing that Robert said at the start. Bob, one of my first team test readers. And so now the scene's just gone because it seemed out of place. It's sort of thing I had multiple people say it to me. If Lee hadn't have brought that up, but if you hadn't have brought it up, it would still be there. Is the point? Because I would have just chalked it down to, all right, Bob didn't get it. He missed the point. He might have just skipped over it, or that's just him thinking that. But then because you said it as well, I was like, all right, two people out of, I think I have a team of 6. You, Bob, Crystal, Hannah, Bates. It's a team of 5. Plus my mum. But my mum's not credited as a team leader, as a team test reader, but those are the only people that have read my script other than me. So yeah, team of 5. So if you hadn't have said something, the scene would still be there, but because you both said something and you said the same thing, decided to swap it out.
It's that old saying, you don't know what you don't know. You're writing something, you think and it appeals to your sensibilities and your aesthetics. But if everybody else doesn't like it doesn't quite, you got to hear that other opinions. The amount of
you've got to be able to take it.
That too, you got to give it and take it. There's so many indie books coming out on crowdfunded books, and I say in my review, did you guys even have an editor? Like not only spelling mistakes, but there's stuff in here that just doesn't connect. It doesn't make sense. Like I think people skimp on editors. I think they don't. Yeah, I think they don't.
It really has turned into a crowd.
Get that third opinion. Get a real editor, someone who really knows what they're talking about, someone who's a storyteller, someone who's done this sort of thing professionally or semi-professionally.
Or at least like a peer too that actually has done something in that same sort of field, because they're gonna be looking for a mistake, if you're asking them to.
Yeah, someone of a comparable skill level. I gave this dude some feedback one time. He said, is anybody able to give a look at this this couple of chapters I put together and tell me what they think? And I did like a rewrite because it was really not good. It had a lot of unnecessary language. It was too wordy, too many adjectives, too many run-on sentences. So I took a paragraph or two and I cut it right down and said, this is where I think you should be headed with it. And he said, actually, I just wanted more of like a feeling of the sensation of the world. Like, what did you think with the world as opposed to the actual story? I'm like, well, that's not what you said. I spent an hour rewriting this. And now you're trying. He's like, and he just ghosted me. Then he didn't even respond. And there's a bloke on Twitter called Joshua Lysek, and he's got all these courses about like the best way to say it, the best way to tweet it. You might have seen him on. He's a pretty canny dude. And he said the problem with that scenario was I did it for nothing. He said if somebody pays you for your time and your expertise, they'll listen to what you say. because they've paid money for it. But if you just do it out of the kindness of your heart, or just because you can, or whatever, just for free, it's very easy for that person to dismiss what you have to say. So when you establish to the point where you can charge money for that sort of thing, and then you turn around and give your views on that, people are going to listen to what you say because they've paid for it, and it's got more weight that way. It's got more value.
And it makes it more substantial.
Yeah. But that's you trying to hint that like we should all pay you for your reviews from now on, right?
No, my friend's good at gratis. I've already said my missus is bankrolling my comic. I'm doing all right. I don't need to scan.
Oh no, yeah.
Boogie, do you have a digital copy of yours? I didn't check earlier. Do you have a digital copy on your campaign?
No, I wanted to just make it like a straightforward, just like print campaign for it.
Good stuff. Me neither. So yeah, and then I'm gonna have to you're gonna have to do the same thing I'm doing. Then we're gonna have to send digital copies to Kemosabe so that he can make review videos, because his review videos are actually great and they sell books.
I actually will send a digital copy to people, like because I'm hoping to get like some reviews in for it at least before I send it to the printer, so I can actually like make adjustments for, because like I feel like that would be something that I can just like, instead of like right whenever it's going to the printer, and then like getting opinions on it, like, oh well, so how do you feel on it? Well, this whole page doesn't make any sense, but okay, well, next week it's going to the printer, so like, can I just change a word bubble? Like I'd rather actually, if a page doesn't work, I'd rather somebody tell me like to my face, like, hey, take that whole thing out. That's not gonna work,
Yeah, that's definitely a good idea to have, like, just a small group of your like closest trusted like teammate. Like, don't start giving it out to every reviewer left, right, and center, but like, give it out to a few, like a small team, like how you have test readers. Do the same thing with like the finished copy before you actually get it printed, because the last thing you want to do is print out a mistake or something of any kind.
And then my fiance, she grills me every single time, like anytime I have a spelling error, because I actually had a spelling error like the first time like I printed Robert, and it was a really bad spelling error too, and I didn't catch it. The other three guys in the team for Unearthly, we didn't have, like, none of them caught it.
Oh my God.
So like so that's how, like, in my head I kept thinking like, wait, did you guys actually read it then? And it's like, because I'm working on the art and the story and everything, like, sure, like I should have like reread it or at least seen it.
Yeah.
But in the process of me like sending it to the printer and everything, like I'm still amazed at, like, wow, like 4 adult men didn't catch it, and then like my fiance, she just grabbed it, like the first time she looked at it, she just looked at me and said, this one's the only one that's messed up, right? I was like, what? And and it's like, well, no, we printed 50, 60 of these, and it's like, oh, well, all of them are messed up. And then I had to fix it. Yeah, she's not even part of the team.
Yeah,
exactly.
She's just flipping through it, and she's like, "What the hell is this?"
Exactly, and that's why she's going to be the editor on this one for the graphic novel, because she's a very good speller. Like she can spell very good and find like punctuation errors. So she's getting the book first for like at least the lettering.
I'm amazed at how well the human mind can fill in missing words and overlook mistakes. Like I had a chapter one of my scripts. I had character breakdowns and character descriptions, and I worked on this one story on and off for about 9 months. Doesn't mean I worked on it every day, but over the course of 9 months, I'd come back and look to it and tweak it. And it wasn't until somewhere in the last month or so of working on it that I saw that I was missing a word, something really obvious, and that the whole sentence didn't make sense without it. But I'd read that same sentence 30, 40 times, and my brain had always inserted the correct word in there. Whether it was because I wrote it or whether it's because the brain said this is what should be in there, so I'll insert that word so as you don't get slowed down. But I'd missed a word, and I'd missed it writing it. I missed reading it dozens of times. So it's not surprising that a spelling error would make its way through.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's the thing that you see it on Facebook and Twitter sometimes, and it'll be every word is jumbled up, and as long as the first and last letter of the word is in the right spot, you just read it correctly. And that must be what happened.
there's like some quiz I think that people made where it's like it's just completely jumbled letters. Like I think like just like you said, like as long as the first like part of the sentence and the last part is correct, then like people can fill in the blanks in their heads.
Yeah.
You know, like, and I think they had like if I can find that test later on, I'll send it to you guys. But it was so funny because like I just read it all as if it was normal, and then and then my fiance, like whenever I showed it to her, she's like, "This is all wrong," you know. And it's like, God, that's why she's the one that's going to be reading. You know,
she seems to be the only person who actually reads.
Yeah, and then that's why it bummed me out whenever I showed it to the other guys, like from like our like little indie publisher, and like none of them caught it, you know. So, and then whenever I pointed it out to them and said, "Hey, did y'all guys not catch this before?" And they're like, "Whoa, did we print that?" You know, and it's just like, well, yep, that happened.
That jumbled letter thing, though, it supports the idea I've had for a while that when you're familiar with the word, you don't actually read the word, you recognize it. Once you know a word, even how big the word is, you see it and you just recognize the word instantly. You don't actually have to sound it out because you know it. So because of that, you can jumble the letters, and because
it's why the IE and EI thing is so confusing to so many people.
And there, and there. There's three ways to write there. You know, and as long as one of it, as long as it seems right for most people, like it's one of the most commonly misspelled words, as long as it still spells the word there, and as they're reading it, it says there regardless of the context, most people are happy to just keep going. I see so often people...
That drives me crazy.
No, it doesn't bother me.
There, and there.
You want to jump onto another project?
Only specifically there, and there, though. That one bothers me. Because they're such different words when they're written out.
I think that one still trips me up sometimes. Like whenever I'm texting her, she'll always correct me and just say like that's not right.
When I'm texting, I always use the one there.
Say what?
When I'm texting, I always only use the one there. I don't use the right context ones all the time.
Oh my
God. Working smarter, not harder. That's how you do it.
Why complicate things, right?
Yeah, just make it easier on everybody.
But yeah, so what are your thoughts on this book? Back on topic, what are your thoughts on this book, Boogie?
I actually genuinely like the artwork so far. Like I have no idea for the story, but as far as I can tell, like the artwork interests me. It just seems like one of those kind of like young, I want to say like YA novels, but YA novels nowadays kind of just suck, you know.
Yeah, without the dirty connotations that go with that. Yeah, like a classic YA novel.
Yeah, like this seems like young adult sort of like kind of art style where it's like not construction paper. What's the word? Like just that sort of like pop artsy sort of like single color palettes, you know, like each character only has like 3 colors to them and that'll make up their whole design, you know. I like that sort of like kind of look for this project, and when I look a lot of like other Indiegogos, that's why I like projects like this where the art style is so dramatically different where it doesn't have to necessarily be realistic like looking characters. It can have like a cartoony sort of look, you know.
Yeah, I completely agree. Because like I'm much more like I tend to lean towards more of a cartoony style in general. Like when not my style, like when I look at other people's styles, you know, things that I like. And I completely agree with everything you just said. Like what I think it was Callaway said earlier. It reminds us of classic Disney movies. You know,
it makes me think of the Disney Tarzan movie with the big dude in it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he looks just like him.
He does, yeah. That's what I've been racking my brain. What is it? I'm like, that's Tarzan.
Clayton from Tarzan.
Yeah.
Oh,
the
Clayton.
guy who wants to.
Yeah, that's what you're talking about.
I forgot how he sounded like Tarzan, lead me to the gorilla.
Holy shit, that's exactly what. Yeah, that's him. We've gone through. I'm so quiet. You guys talk so fast, right? Damn it, Kimisabi. One of you also said earlier about typing, about spelling mistakes and stuff. Before we got onto all of that, us being Australian, we have the whole, you know, color is COLOUR, and you know things like that.
Favorites.
I've actually
for a dirty American over here like me, you know, we got the color sort of like spelling.
I've had to change everything in my book to spell it like the Americans, because most people outside of America, we don't care. We're just like, whatever, I'll read whatever. Doesn't bother me none. But I put a poll up on Twitter and it was like, mum. It was mum or mum, M-U-M or M-O-M. Yeah. And, or you don't care. And everyone, like, I think it was like 80-something% of them said it needs to be M-O-M. So it turns out that, most comic book reading audiences are American, so got to write it all in American. So at least you've got that going for you. I'm not only making spelling mistakes, but I'm trying to remember if things are spelled the same in your language in your English as they are in my English.
You could have the third option, just have like mama, just M-A-M-A.
That's universal.
Yeah, it seems pretty universal, I think.
I don't know. You got like a 20, like maybe for the younger kid, but you think you got like a 19, 20-year-old calling their mama?
That's true. Like a 30-year-old, like, hey, mama.
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
But I mean, that language is a tool. If you want to set it in England or Australia or we call it the boot instead of the trunk.
Mama, papa.
So Dean, can you put my bags in the boot? We call it the boot, but the Americans called it a trunk. So stuff like that. When I was the book that you're reading of mine, Dean, one of the guys said, "Look, just be aware that Americans call this, and this, that, and this thing I hadn't considered."
Right. Yeah, Skip told me trolley. Skip told me trolley. I need to change it to like cart or something because he said that some Americans won't know what a trolley is. Yeah,
they call it a hood. We call it a bonnet.
Yeah, it's the little differences that are really catching us off guard.
Which is again why we need editors, why we need that outside look for somebody that knows what they're talking about. Otherwise, I say in my reviews, every time you have something in your book that pulls someone out of the story that makes them go, oh, hold on, I'm not in the story, I'm reading a story, everything that reminds them that they're actually sitting in their house reading a book on their couch, every time you do that, you fail as a writer. You want to get them into the story and keep them stuck there until they look outside and the sun's coming up. I'm like, oh, damn, I've got to go to work in 2 hours. Every time you have some little road bump, some little speed bump that stops them, makes them go, that's not quite right. You pull them out of the story and you fail because you want them to come back for the next book and the book after that as well. You want to create lifelong readers, constant readers. So you need to minimize those road bumps as much as possible. And you won't know your own road bumps because you wrote them.
No. And not only constant readers for what you're making now, but you want to make people become a fan of your work so that when you release something different in the future, they're going to go, oh, that's the creator of this. And I loved that. I'm going to give this a go as well.
100%. I got a lot of franchises I want to make, and they're not all similar. So I've got to make people say, I am safe in believing that Lee knows how to tell a story. So if he puts out this next product, I'm going to back it, even though it might not necessarily be the genre that I'm the biggest fan of. I trust that he tells a good story and he gets quality artists and quality colorists and quality letterers. Exactly. So I'm going to put my money forward towards that project. I mean, I'm always going to have a hook and I'm always going to have character designs and stuff to get people interested, but you want to appeal as broadly as possible. And the best way to appeal is to be universally known as a quality writer.
Yep, that's exactly right. Like, because, there are people that have, not many, but there are people that have, left the wrong impression after their first attempt at a campaign. And I say attempt at a campaign because, some of them worked out, some of them didn't. Some of them are still waiting. Like, people are angry about a few different books for a few different reasons, like Red Rooster and Bloody Shinobi Sasquatch being late, and et cetera, et cetera.
I think more recently they were trying to go after, what was it, like Sovereign too, right?
Yeah, someone's.
Oh yeah, Huerta. Yep, yeah, that's a whole thing. And like it's only a matter of time before someone brings up Kyle Ritter and Starblades, but they all have different reasons and things, so you can't group them all together. But your reputation. The point is, your reputation is it's very powerful. It's a very important part of the entire thing. If you have a bad reputation, or even if you have a good reputation, but they say, yeah, I like him, but he's a shit writer, like it will change the final outcome of everything. So
I'd like to see the guy doing this Island 19 do a superhero book, like a Silver Age or a Golden Age superhero book. Like Incredibles was set ostensibly in modern times, but it had those older tones, those older aesthetics. I'd like to see him do something like that, where you got sort of 1950s, type Silver Age. Everything's very wholesome and upbeat, and there could be a more serious, mature tone underneath it without getting deconstructed. But I think his style would lend itself really great to a traditional caped hero in a big metropolis or something.
I think or maybe like in like kind of like a 50s sort of like Art Deco sort of style. Was it like kind of like Dick Tracy?
Mm-hmm.
I think almost in that sort of style.
Yep, both of those would be great, and I would pay for both of those too.
Well, hopefully it keeps doing well and it keeps doing better, and he manages to get himself a bit more eyes on, a bit more visibility.
What song? What song are we talking about?
Queen.
Mama, ooh. Yeah, hell yeah. That's a great song. Classic song. But I have an Aussie accent, so we just can't sing.
Yeah. We can slur our words.
Russell Crowe will disagree with you on that.
Yeah, he can disagree all he fucking wants, mate.
For a second I could have swore you said Russell Crowe sang Bohemian Rhapsody. I was like, I don't think I've ever heard that. Like, I don't think I've ever, like, if that's a video, show it, because I don't know where that is.
We could do that. Just make up all these crazy Aussie urban legends. The Americans just be like, I mean, it might be true. It's Australia. Who knows?
That's what drop bears are. That's exactly what drop bears are.
They are. And there's a lot of doctored footage online to help support that.
Yeah.
Do you want to jump onto another campaign, Dean? Do you want to have a look at?
Yeah, sure. Let's have a look.
I think I'm probably gonna have to tune out right now.
No, that's fine, mate. Thanks for joining us.
It was good to be on with y'all guys again. Like I'll try to make it on a lot more of these with y'all, just because again it was pretty fun being on here.
I'm glad you enjoyed it.
But yeah, it was great.
Yeah, you're definitely always welcome.
We'll pump your book every time too. So
yeah.
I really appreciate
back
that.
Robert. Make sure you back Robert. Go follow Boogie on Twitter. All of that good stuff.
All right. Well, thank you so much, guys.
Good seeing you, mate. Talk to you later.
Thanks for joining us.
Have a good one.
Bye, mate.
I had to just do a mad dash outside because I heard the garbage truck coming and I forgot to put the bins out. So
been there.
That's okay, mate.
Down the street like I missed the bus.
Yeah,
I got a few. Like, what should we look at? Like, we've got a few different ones here. Trying to pick
whatever's next on the list. Just go next on the list. Or
this has been the longest stream. This has been
my
our
next
longest
on the
stream.
list is Robert. So,
well, I mean, like I said in the private chat, there's like 10 projects. Chuck them up and just give us your honest opinion about it. You know, we did Sasquatch Nort.
Oh yeah, let's have a look at the private chat.
Some crime.
Oh, I left the studio. The private chat's not there for me because I had to leave the studio and change my name.
All right, let me copy it.
It's fine.
Yeah.
All right, we'll sign up for the ACE because I've got that there, but it's not a real page yet. It's just a sign up page. But make sure you sign up for the ACE. Sign up for Deductible Stick and Earthbound Part 2.
Yeah,
I'll do one.
Yeah, go right ahead. I've got a really good one. I'm just checking if it's still active. Oh, what? Yeah, you can still get it. You can still get it. It's in demand.
We went through that one last time.
There's no trailer, though. All right, this one we'll just have to talk about. Because this one does look good. I've got a great one here. Check this one out. There's no trailer, but that's how good this looks. I still want to look at it. Oh, wait, no, it does have a trailer. Yes.
Did you share the sound?
Yes. See the little plus button, the little plus sign, the start button? I couldn't see that.
I remember
in the middle
he come on Shay's stream maybe a month or so ago promoting this. I was really surprised to see someone with his name, star power, coming on a ComicsMATE or a ComicsMATE adjacent stream. Like, I'm surprised he didn't get cancelled over that, honestly.
Yeah, if you look into it, you find out he was cancelled weeks before that, and that's why he's here. But yeah, really? I was going to get the collector's hard. I don't know. I was joking. But yeah, I was going to get the collector's hardcover edition thing, but they all sold out real quick. So I guess you're just going to have to deal with just getting the regular old hardcover version because that's all that's left. But this looks great. So let's watch the trailer and then we'll talk some shit about Phobos. You can hear that, right?
Yeah.
pages. Whoa, that's a lot.
That's a phone book.
Yeah, this one is going to be expensive for us to post to Australia if there's anyone in Australia who wants to back it. Just because of how many pages, it's obviously going to be big and heavy, and it'll probably cost like $70. But so be prepared to spend $150 to get this book to you. But it looks worth it. Like I'll probably do it just because I have nothing else to spend money on lately.
It does look good. It does look really good.
What was the book called again?
Phobos.
Phobos.
That's
by Jason Brubaker, which is a name I recognize.
Well,
who is Jason Brubaker? Why do I know his name?
He did a bunch of crime stuff, didn't he? A bunch of crime comics.
His brother's Ed Brubaker, isn't it?
Maybe. I have no idea. I recognize the name though, so. But and like I love the art style on this one. Bloody hell, this looks so great. Like it looks.
Yeah, it looks like screenshots from a cartoon or something.
Yeah, like it's so good. I really love this one. So this is one I'll definitely be backing. I won't be backing the goodie bag or anything because I'm not made of money. It's all sold out now anyway. All that's left is just the hardcover on its own.
It's actually pretty cheap. Anyway. It's pretty cheap.
The postage.
Yeah, because we can't get it anyway.
Oh, good stuff.
Yeah. They're not shipping to Australia.
Oh, there you go.
What? You sons of bitches.
You can't type in Australia, yeah.
You're kidding. It should all be set up. Proceed to check out. What?
Yeah. Don't dox yourself, do
I don't care. Nah, it won't let me. Motherfuckers. That's it.
You just
don't worry about it, Aussies. I don't care. I'm from Craigieburn. I'm young enough to not have ever done anything wrong. If you look far back enough, I'm a child in school. This is the first thing I've ever done. So, hello, world. Before the lockdown, I was still at uni. Okay?
Oh, man.
And before that, I was like driving a forklift and going to school. Before that, I was a small kid.
Oh, you're making me feel old, man.
You are old, Kim. So.
Oh, that's funny because it's true.
There's no feeling about it. You look old too.
Yeah, just look at that picture, that weathered skin.
The thing about
that Phobos book is it doesn't have that hook again. Like I look at it and I go, okay, it's a retelling of Frankenstein's monster. The art looks fantastic. The intro video is really well done. It's great black and white artwork. It's animated style. It's something special in that regard. But I don't know if I want to buy it because it's just telling me the same thing over and over again.
What's this one? Who's this? Who's sharing this screen?
Not me.
That would be me.
How did huh?
This guy's ComicsGate, and he had that book, and I can't even pronounce it. If you scroll down, it's in one of the
Eudaimonia.
That's the one.
Okay.
Which is really different. I mean,
I like that one.
Yeah, it's not necessarily what people necessarily want when they say they want, this comic or that comic sort of thing. It was very different, very niche, but it was classy. And the guy's he delivered, and he's making quality comics, and the comics and stories he wants to tell. And he's just getting no eyes on, no visibility. This looks like it's a standalone, almost like it obviously it's got horror tones, but it's got sort of like a hobo serial killer type thing going on. But it's maybe a bit like Joker, maybe like a deconstruction of that character and who they are and why they do what they do and how they come into contact with this monstrous being, whether it's a vengeance or a judgment thing. I don't know for sure. But
why the hell did you say? What the hell is this, Kimasabi?
Well,
the first link. Yeah, this is definitely getting up on the screen. That's what I'm sharing next. Sorry, carry on.
What are you laughing at?
You'll see.
Oh, that link that I sent for Dean specifically.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah, you'll see.
Do we want to watch the trailer for How to Die?
Yes, I do.
Gay comics, eh?
Hey, no spoilers. Let's watch this trailer first, and then we'll get to that when we get to that.
Okay. Righto. Damn.
It's a fit of the trial now!
I think it's a misplaced energy. I think he would have been better off going with like a haunting, whistly sort of ominous tune, as opposed to, like he's got this like death metal, hyperkinetic, hyperfrenetic sort of sound, but all the pictures were just of like scared people sort of. Yeah.
I agree.
Done like a building soundtrack is slowly building up to the sort of high orchestral string psycho-esque sounds when he reveals the monster in the trailer there. I think there's a disconnect with the type of energy there. Yeah, Exhibition saying it didn't fit the vibe, but it was still good.
Yeah, it looked good though. I definitely want to see more. I'm interested.
And it's,
I don't know. It's got digital.
I went the digital.
I dig it.
I know he's a good storyteller. It's just like I said, it's very niche, and it's not something that you could slap Robert down in front of anybody and they'll be like, "Oh yeah, Robot Cowboy's cool," and probably enjoy it. And you can probably slap my book down in front of 8 out of 10 people. Go, that was cool. I enjoyed that. But this one's going to be a much smaller market, I think, because it's horror. It's going to have those psychological elements, those horror elements. It's going to turn some people off, or some people aren't a big fan of that. You see that on Twitter. There's a lot of people that just really want wholesome stuff these days. They're sick of dealing with how heavy everything is. And this guy's a really alternate storyteller as well. Anyway, like his way of telling stories isn't straight down the line. He's a broad thinker. So this, like his Birth of Black Ice, well, none of that was in the trailer. Like I feel like there's little bits of information, but there's not enough to pull together to form one big coherent thought, one line or elevator pitch. It makes me go, I have to get this book.
Yeah, well, as I said, I don't know anything about it from that trailer at all. Like, it looks cool, and as I want to know more. Like, all it's really given me is, that looks cool, I want to know more.
Yeah, and that's the point where they need to...
That's all I've taken away from that. Yeah, that's all I've taken away from that trailer.
They got your interest, now they need you got their attention, now you need to get your interest. You need to say, okay, well, I'm paying attention to you now. What are you selling me? Sell it to me. Yep. I'm asking you to sell it to me. When I used to work retail, people would come in and they just have, down from the mines, they had money to burn. They said, yeah, man, I've got money, I want to spend it more.
Does that make it a bad trailer?
Not bad in quality, but maybe misdirected for its purpose. Like, what's the subjective? How do you say something's good or bad? Is it good because it's interesting to look at and quality and good content, or is it bad or good because it does its job? What was its job? If its job was to get me to buy the book, then I'd consider it a bad trailer. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you got some more reading down here. You know, and you're going in for T-shirts and stuff. Like, I don't know, deliver a book. I'm more interested in like who is this big guy? Who's he after? Is it like a Max thing?
There's PG that seem to like T-shirts and things. Like that's not something I'm going to do anytime soon. But there is a massive market for T-shirts and things. I see it get screamed about all the time. So
I don't even wear T-shirts.
you blueies or nothing.
Yeah. Got to keep the gimmick. So, you know, is it like the Max? Is this monster? Because, you know, the kid's there, no dad, no. You know, like the dad's coming or somebody's coming in through the door. Does he molest the kid? Does he kill the kid? Is he driving him somewhere to execute him? Like, is he selling him? Like, is something horrible? Is the monster some manifestation of the kid's psyche that protects him? It kills anybody. Like, that's the hook. That'd be the hook. You know, when this kid's in danger, he manifests. Yep.
I don't actually like. I would think that the monster design would have to be a strong selling point for this book. Yeah. Whereas like, looking at it right now, the pages, like just this page that's on the screen right now, and then you scroll back up to the cover with the monster, like the silhouette of the monster. I would say that the monster is like the weaker of the two images, you know? And I don't know what that says about the book as, you know, as a whole. But I mean, if you're going to go with the monster being the selling point, I would expect a better designed monster.
Yeah, and you look at stuff like the last one we looked at with the Frankenstein's monster in it. It had, you know, all the detail, and you look at something like Shinobi Sasquatch. You look at the Max. You look at Pit. You look at Creech. All these big muscly guy books. They all have that hyper detailed design for the big monster guy, and they're really popular. This creator could tap into that, but instead we get sort of like this silhouette.
What Exhibition is saying, the music didn't fit the vibe of the trailer, but the music was good. Like that's not saying us that the music was bad either. So yeah, it just seems like it's a very mixed matched project from what I'm looking at so far.
And then you've got a guy like Replicator Rob who will actually, from what I've heard, he'll actually review your campaign for you and tell you what you've done right and where you're falling down. So there's no reason not to approach someone like that. And from what I hear, he's just doing it gratis just for anybody that's interested, whether it's because he can or because he wants to help out or whatever, because he's in that position where he's got a little bit of influence, a little bit of experience in the field. But go and approach someone like that who's done that and said, hey, man, if you can you just give me a look over and tell me what you think I should be doing differently? Ex Victorious is saying how the comic got tore up on one of Bancroft's streams maybe. You know, I don't know if it's ever constructive to ever just full on say, no, this is not good, just to stamp it with the label of not good. Because when you've got a big platform and you say, I don't like Thing, there's a cult of personality, and there are certain people that will just say, oh, well, I no longer like Thing either.
And so I would disagree with that anyway, because I'm looking at the page that's on the screen right now, and I like that.
It's good. I think the whites need to be wider. I think it's a little bit too grey. Yeah, I'd push up the whites a bit more. They look like with the headlights look in that last panel. Really. I think the light coming in from the door on the top panel, we should have brighter whites. Yeah, it should be like page white, straight out A4 paper, straight out of the photocopier white. But aside from that, and he's got this, you know, that lanky, inky Aeon Flux type 90s style that people used to do. Sam Keith, Max sort of style with the kid.
That's stuff I like. That's all stuff I like.
So that page got me more interested than the actual monster design up the top, and that's a big call.
That's exactly my point. Yeah, is that cover at the top looks a lot cheaper than the page that we're looking at right now, and this is just the random page from the book, probably page 2 or 3. You know.
And in my reviews, I say we're going to look at the cover, the story, then the good and the bad and the ugly of this comic. It's always the cover first, because the cover is your first port of call. If you don't have a top cover. If cover gets its own if they can't even get past that, they go, cover's not good, I'm not even going to pick it up. That's my litmus test. Would I take this down off the shelf and have a look at it? That cover up the top doesn't exactly, like, imagine if you got like Rob Willis or the bloke who does Koza or Barton, you know, like with all that detail, that David Finch-esque, Michael Turner-esque detail, all those hatchy lines. There's no shame in getting a cover artist to help really push that product first time out.
Yeah.
And this does seem a real
discussion again. You don't want to have that discussion. The cover being different to the interior. That is like a never-ending war. People have their opinions on that, and you know, people will go back and forth on that forever. So, but yeah, there's something about that cover. Can you scroll back up to the cover, please, Callaway? The top.
I'm just texting my artist doing the cover design.
Yeah, that
character.
image.
Just text my artist, do a better cover.
But that doesn't sell me.
Like, so I'm going to.
No, that was my whole thing. Was that doesn't sell me?
Yeah, yeah. Well, I was going to say it's almost like high school fan art, like scribble on the back of your book design sort of thing. Like you just start drawing some face and some big dready sort of things and big spike arms. Like you're not really putting like that might be integral to his function, those spiky arms or something somehow. But it does seem very plain. And when the big monster is on the cover and it's already revealed and it's not a selling point, then all it's doing is detracting. Because it's like, well, why would I buy this book? I already know what the big monster is. Tell me.
I was going to say that exact point.
Yeah. It's the old creature at the top of the stairs. Once you've seen it, the thing behind the door, once you've seen it, you can deal with it. But until you see it, it's always scarier. Xfish is saying that maybe it's a poster, not the cover. It does kind of look like a poster with the way that it's posed and spaced out and laid out, and it doesn't have the trade dress necessarily to be a cover. Yeah, it does look like it's on the cover on the side bit there. So that could be an issue too. It's drawn to be more of a pin-up or a promo piece as opposed to an actual cover. Like what's telling us about the story?
Look at what ComicsMATE Studio. What are your thoughts on cover versus interior? Seeing as we've got someone in the audience who obviously hasn't heard us have this discussion, do you want to get into that? Because like I can tell you one sentence, like it's my least favorite thing. It's one of the things that annoys me the most is when I've been sold, especially as a kid, because I would buy the graphic novels. Because in Australia, comic books were a lot, fewer and far between than they are in America. Like I have two comic shops that are within driving distance of my house. And I'm actually one of the lucky ones. Most people I know can't drive to comic shops at all. And
my new one's about 3 hours away.
Didn't yours close, like your closest one?
Yeah. I've been going there for almost 20 years, and at SJW Marvel put it out of business. They just couldn't get the people in. They couldn't. Yeah. This is pre-COVID as well. It shut down before COVID even.
Yeah. They were all struggling before COVID, and then all the shutdowns just made everything worse. And we're still locked up in Victoria. But the cover thing, like as a kid, I would go there with my mom or my dad, whoever took me there at the time, and I would buy a big hardcover graphic novel with lots of pages in it because I didn't get to read every single issue, and then I'd probably buy a couple single issues. There's a few stories that I never got to read the ending of, as a kid growing up, but there was nothing more disappointing than being sold on a big graphic novel that was wrapped up in plastic so you couldn't open it and read it, as a kid, and it had this awesome cover on it, and then you take it home and you open it, and the awesome cover, sure, that artist is in there for one issue worth of pages, and then the rest of the book is someone else entirely different, and not just entirely different, but less good. So, and that has always
all of that.
It's one of the things that I've always hated in comics, like hated.
And that's different from what you see Zach and EVS and other people doing where they have guest artists in, and specifically you're getting an EVS cover, but it's got John Malin art on the inside or Aaron L. Fish art on the inside. Like, you know what you're getting into there. You're buying that prestige product. That's different than the bait and switch that you get off the comic book shop or the wrapped graphic novel. Or the thing I probably hate even more is the 5-issue series. And you sort of touched on this, the 5-issue miniseries or stories where the artist changes out after issue 2.
Yeah, see, I hate that too. Like the new Daredevil run, that Chip Zdarsky, is it Chip Zdarsky's writing? The story's was really good, but every 3 issues they couldn't keep up. He couldn't keep up, so they'd pull him out for 1 issue, and they put just this shit house art on there, and it just
that's why I'm looking forward.
And it just you would chip in and out. Like you'd get 3 issues of Chip in, then you get 1 issue of just shit. Then you get another 2 issues of Chip in, then another one. It was just shit. I dipped out after about 8 issues. But
it's only 8.
That's
I dipped out after 147 issues. I'm not watching that crap anymore.
No, but what I was going to say a minute ago, it'll be good because now that we've got Rocafort Kenneth Rockfoot in CG, he's always been one of my favorite artists. It'll be good to actually get a complete story, that is drawn 100% by him, because he is a notorious artist for being 2 or 3 issues, and then you just get some shit artist after that. And I fell for that multiple times because I loved his artwork so much growing up.
I think too with the covers, like my book, if I have 3 or 4 covers, I'll make it clear that the main cover is the artist on the inside, and then you make it known that you got the 2 or 3 variant covers. So your main cover is the artist on the inside, because and it's a bit disrespectful to your artist too. It's like, if you think the artist is good enough to be on the inside, he's good enough to be on the cover.
I hadn't even thought of it that way, but yeah, I would be a little insulted if you got me to do the entire book and you didn't even want at least a version of the cover by me.
Yeah, so that's right. And if you're going to pay the artist to do 60, 40 pages or whatever, it's like, put him on the cover.
That's a really good point. That's a really good point.
Yeah. So my main cover will be whatever artist I decide going to do the inside, and then you have because everyone knows comic books, you want variant covers, but then think of covers is you can do different styles. Like you can get the realistic, the real computer, the one without not so many lines. It just looks a realistic photo, like a movie style pin-up. And then your main cover is done by your artist. And then if you have 2 or 3 other variants, well, then they're different styles. Like I was thinking having 3 covers. The main one of the sheriff, in an action scene from in the book. Another one, like say a pose with him and his wife in it, or another one, and then have a sexy pin-up of his wife, like just his wife on the cover. Something, something different. But the main cover would be drawn by the interior artist.
That's actually really cool too. You have one with him on it, one with her on it, and one with both of them on it.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
Yeah, I think if your artist is good enough to be on the inside, they should be good enough to be your main cover.
Definitely, yeah. And as I said, that was something that I'd never thought of before. And being an artist, I would probably be insulted if you had me do your whole book and then didn't want to cover. Like they would be like, "Hey, what the hell, man? Like, why did you only get me to do the pages because I'm cheap or what?" So I can definitely see that.
That's the reason we wanted it to be cheap, because your first one, you're not going to be able to afford to have a big name artist, but you're still not going to pick a shit artist. You're still going to pick a good one.
Yeah, exactly.
You're still going to be good enough to do a cover.
It's amazing the quality you can find, for if you're willing to spend $150 a page, which is, $1,000 cheaper than any of these famous artists, you could find someone that can draw just as good as those guys.
Yeah.
Oh, even on Facebook, look on that Facebook site, connecting.
Some guys are even cheaper, because of the country they live in.
There's some guys there that are like $50, $60, $70, and they look, shit hot.
Cool. And that's lucky currency thing. Like I do a character poster, I'll charge a stranger like $70, for just a character on its own. Like that's not a full page or anything. And 70 US, translate that to Australian, that's about $100 for me. So I'm winning. Yeah. And then you got people in Brazil and people on the other side of the world, they get the same thing. It's like their dollar, whatever it is in whatever country, is so much less cheaper than what the American dollar is, that they can claim they're charging you cheaper, but they're actually charging you more than what they would have charged someone in their own country anyway.
Yeah. I like it when I'm paying my artist, because he's in Brazil, so it's in Brazilian reals or whatever it is. And if I pay him $100, it ends up being $400 or $500, but I'm regularly sending him payments of $1,000 of his dollars, or $1,200 or $1,500 of his dollars, and I'm thinking,
you're winning, he's winning, everybody's happy. You're thinking you've got a great deal, he's thinking that he's ripping you off, and
and my book's being made, so win-win-win.
Everybody's happy, and it's great. But that's the glory. If you lived in America, that wouldn't be the case, because everybody uses US dollars to charge everyone. But for us in Australia, especially, our dollar gets worse and worse every day. So it's great for us. All right, gay comics, huh? What the hell is this? Where did this come from? This was shown to me a few minutes ago. So this is all I've read. What the hell, Kemosabe?
I don't know, man. This is your show.
Where did this come from? Because I don't understand the point of this. Okay, I honestly, right, like you've got all those different. Oh, here we go. You got all those different versions of like gay and straight and bi and lesbian, like all the different sexualities, right? Just regular vanilla gay people. I'm pretty sure we're past that whole, like gay people need rights. Like regular gay people, nobody cares anymore. Like go do your thing, man. You suck that dick. Like,
look at that Ricky Gervais. See that Ricky Gervais bit where he's talking about the gays wanting to get married and they're not allowed to get married, but they're allowed to. I guess, can I get married? No, we can't let you get married. Can I just line up 15 blokes and just jack them all off one at a time and be like, please go for it. But no marriage. No marriage. Just suck 15 people. Yeah, go for it. Just have a ball. Go for it.
See, if they want to get married, right, and they want to be miserable like the rest of us, go right ahead.
Speak for yourself. Marriage is the best thing I've ever done. I don't know. Can you see the covers on this? Is it just?
Yes.
Is this a book or a news article?
This is a book and a news article, apparently.
And now Kellaway's getting struck.
Yeah, my laptop just caught
it
fire.
Just goes and goes. All right, look, this is straight up. It's going. We're entering like the classic cliche leftist issues where.
What? Fucking black helicopters landed on my roof. What have you done?
Where this come from, I'll be straight about it, is my artist was sending me some artwork through, is it called like WeTransfer? It's like a file transfer site. And they always have random ads, random products at the side, which I really pay attention to. But then there's that one of that dude eating the hot dog, and this one of these guys by the side of the road trying to get a lift with that one there. And it's like, I don't know. I just thought we're looking at comic books. I thought that's something you might want to have a talk about, Dean.
I think me and
that piece of shit.
Go back.
I'm not changing it. It changes itself. I'm not doing anything.
Oh.
Yeah,
looks
it's
like
just going to keep changing. But this, honest to God, it seems decades late, right? Like if you were going to make it like an "it's okay to be gay" thing, it should have been done years and years and years ago. Like you don't need this anymore. What is this? Who is this for? I know gay guys that would even look at this and say, "Yeah, I don't need this. What are you talking about? Like, why are you trying to make me feel bad for being gay?" And I'm like, "Dude, I'm not the one who made this."
And the other thing is, there's a whole LGBTQAI plus section on Kickstarter and all those other crowdfunding. Like, if you've got that orientation, your product gets pushed to the fore. You get more eyes on. You get more airtime than a regular project. So
I put it to you that the straight white male is the oppressed minority these days.
I mean, there's so many comics I go to back on Kickstarter, and it'll have the LGBTQIA plus tag on it to make sure I get all the letters, the acronym in there.
Don't want to be cancelled.
It's a moneymaker. It's its own subculture. It's its own genre. It's its own niche. So if somebody's saying they're being underground and they're being edgy by doing this sort of thing, I don't know. Is that funny? Is this like Far Side for
I was
gays?
going to say the exact same thing. Is that funny? I don't think
a lesbian chicken, eh?
Yeah, but even like, what does that have to do with her laying eggs?
Well, she wouldn't have got with the rooster too. But you chickens,
they lay eggs asexually.
So it's just a fundamental lack of biology.
Any sort of knowledge.
Yeah. Or is it that sort of thing where they're like, I have to ignore what I know to be true so I can make my point and push my agenda?
Yeah, it seems like one of those because it honestly, like, it's just if you need this many words to describe what you're doing, you probably shouldn't be doing it. Like, this doesn't seem like an ad for a comic book or anything. This seems like a lecture. Like, that's what I'm getting from all of this.
Well said, yeah.
Come on, man.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
This is Biden imitation. Come on, man.
Yeah, but
Dean's riding with Biden.
Go back up.
This one, or?
Yeah, look at that hunking, lean, mean mess there.
The only mess I see is the artwork. These guys can make.
I wasn't even going to comment on that. That looks like the bad newspaper drawings you would get back in the day in the early 90s.
It does, yeah.
I don't like that at all. That looks terrible.
So it's not gonna offend anyone because it's being gay is passe. It's not gonna educate anybody because who's gonna read all that text? I wouldn't read that text from Claremont, let alone somebody trying to preach to me. So again,
that is a lot of reading right there.
Yeah, this guy writes nearly as much as I do. But
nearly.
So I could have. You just got struck, Dean. Callaway's channel.
That's the second time in a row, Callaway. Oh shit, you're gonna get nuked next. You're the only one. You haven't been nuked yet. It's coming.
Just when my subscriber count was going up too.
This is what I was saying. You were saying before, like, who is this for? I don't have a problem with people drawing a comic and writing a comic that's not for me. You do some comic that's completely not for me, that I have no interest in, that's not aimed at me at all, and you go over there and you do that, and you be as successful as you can be, and you find your niche, you find your core 1,000 fans that'll make you profitable. Yeah. Power to you, not a problem. The problem that we get is when somebody does everything I just said then in a mainstream comic. They grab Captain America and they push their agenda and they make a book that says it's not for us, when it's a mainstream character that should have wide appeal for everybody, that everybody can enjoy. Not everybody has to like Captain America, but everybody should have the right to try and enjoy Captain America. Not everybody will be able to.
Made for them.
Yeah, so to say this isn't. Yeah, if you say this isn't made for you, go make your own thing and do that. Don't take something that was for everyone and then turn it into something that is not for anyone, or for a very, very niche market.
My original point was, like, I know gay guys that would not even want this. Like, what is this for? It's decades late. Like
it looks it looks like it was drawn in the 60s and 70s.
Yeah, it does. It's almost like, did they do that deliberately? And there's some sort of artistic genius. And we're just missing the point.
It's got a real like Viz Comics and all those like Robert Crumb and that sort of underground comics with an X comics. Yeah, it's even got it there in the title.
That cover there, all that makes me think of is shirtless Tom Selleck as a 70s porn star.
It reminds me of the ending of the Incredible Hulk TV series. When he would walk away to that sad music.
But he lost his shirt. Well, he does lose his shirt. Hulk regularly loses his shirt.
Yeah, exactly.
So it might actually be the best Hulk comic ever written. What's the next project, Dean? Let's move on from this.
Yeah, you're going to move my laptop.
Callaway struck a third time.
Yeah, Callaway, definitely on your list, right? You're definitely going to be getting this one?
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. He's going to do a review of it.
All right. Oh, we got some Kickstarter ones now. This is interesting because the Kickstarter is always controversial. You never know if people are just going to completely ignore it because it's Kickstarter or if they'll give it a go. I still haven't backed anything on Kickstarter. Yeah, but that's just because of their like policies. Deal thing where it's like you back it and then it doesn't take the money straight away, and So you don't worry about those people. The people that are offended by everything, they're offended by everything. There's nothing you can do about it. Just ignore them. That's what I do. That's why I also feel like regularly.
Some projects on Kickstarter get funded just because they're on Kickstarter, not because they're any good, just because they tick the right boxes and they get the eyes on, and somehow they manage to make. Sorry,
being on Kickstarter is some sort of statement.
I guess it is. I guess it's become that in a similar way or an opposite way to how being on Indiegogo is now a statement. Indiegogo says, I'm indie. I want to be pro level. I want to do my own thing. I want to have my own voice. I don't want to be censored. I want to put forward quality comics free of politics, whereas Kickstarter tends to be the other side of thing. And not always. Like I know people that are funded on Kickstarter that are top dudes that just want to make really good stories. But I think there does tend to be a bit of stigma either way that some people will perceive whether it's there or not.
I think that a lot of that is from the outskirts, right? Like let's picture it as a big circle, right? The big circle is the normies. And then when you go into the middle of that, there's a smaller circle that has comic fans. And then inside of that is an even smaller circle, which is the actual ComicsGate. And in that middle circle that is the comics fans, that's where a lot of the stigma and everything is. But then as you get closer to the actual situations that they're talking about, you're like, oh, this isn't like, ComicsGate is not a hate group is the perfect example I can think of. It's like, it's not in any way, like it's not a far right group. Although, I mean, a lot of us can't help but be pushed further and further right by the day because of these dickheads. But, you know, it's not a far right group. It's not a hate group. We're not against diversity and things like that. But that's all you hear when you go out into the outer circles. You know, the people that don't actually know anyone involved in any of these situations, that's all they say between each other. You know, and that's where, like, we hear the echoes of those things. And that's what we hear and that's what we see. But as you know, get to know everyone involved and you actually do watch some of the shows or you watch the streams or you talk to people on Twitter, you know, whatever way it is that you do it, you get to see it, and there's very little hate going around. Like, there's a lot of CGers that hate War Campaign more than they hate bloody diversity. You know?
Some people, I think, just go to Kickstarter because they know that it's a big platform. Like, you look at Kickstarter and there's books on there that are making 100,000 that you never heard of. And I don't know if that's because we're not in the know with them, because it's probably, if it's woke stuff, you know, you're not really watching that shit on YouTube, or if it's just because it's Kickstarter and it's got a lot of traffic, whereas Indiegogo I don't think has the same traffic as what Kickstarter does.
A lot of people were the Indiegogo ads don't help either, because remember how they were just like chicks dancing in bikinis and stuff? I had no idea what Indiegogo was before I heard about like the crowdfunding comics and stuff. But Kickstarter, back in the day, you know, in like the mainstream audience, you know, crowdfunding something is just called doing a Kickstarter. You know, like that, 'cause that's where it all started. So, yeah. Anyway, let's have a look at this. I've never seen this one either. Like, this is one that Lee showed us earlier. So, because I'm never on Kickstarter, because fuck Kickstarter. So let's watch this trailer and we'll have a look, see what we think.
Boring. So boring, Scuds. This one's soaking wet. It's so watered down. Man, comics used to be so rad. What happened? Whoa! Animal Bomb Anger! Howdy, boys. How you doing? You guys like comics? I make comics. I make this comic, Mother Trucker. What do you think? Whoa. Yeah. Animal, you make comics? Sure do. This is Mother Trucker. It's about a space trucking, ass stomping wrestle goddess who's flying throughout the galaxy trying to get new contracts and to be the greatest truck-off champion of all time. Whoa, Animal, this is rad. Yeah. Where can we buy them? I want to bring these to all my friends at school. Can we have these ones? No. Hey, listen, guys. Animal's not made of money. I can't afford to make more than 2 of these. My papa printed these for me. Give them back. Maybe one day when Animal has a pile of money,
this is a great ad.
More of these, but not today. This is all you get. A little sneak peek. See you later. Wait, Animal, wait! Haven't you heard of Kickstarter? You can make this dream come true.
This is cool.
You haven't heard of Kickstarter? Guys, printing a lot of comics costs a fortune. It's really expensive. Kickstarter can raise money for your project. Your quarter Animal! Distribution costs a fortune. Distribution costs a fortune. Oh God! It's gonna cost too much. It's too expensive. You'll never make your Space Wrestling comic book. Just give up. Just give up. Hey, Kickstarter's the way then.
The Wilhelm scream. Classic.
Yeah. Big fan of the Wilhelm scream. Classic.
rock this thing. Woo!
That has all the makings of classic cinema.
Animaniacs. Animal Bob.
That is ridiculous in all the best ways. Yeah,
That's cool.
Yeah, that's gold. Too bad he's not on Indiegogo because I would have probably backed it and heard about it already. But that's fantastic.
He should be on the Power Rangers show.
I never actually watched the video before. I just backed it based off the artwork. Like I don't know if you. I think I just saw some artwork on Twitter.
Yeah, here it is.
Yeah, it's good. It's like it's got a real not really Bart Sears, but that's sort of really strong line. Like look at that.
That is really
good. That's pro. That's pro level artwork. That's so good.
Yeah, that's the only compliment you could ever want from anyone, really. Once they call you pro level, like that's it. You're done. You've made it.
The dudes are jacked and the women are pretty. Like, what more do you want? That's money.
Yeah, hell yeah. I'm saying that's something that I appreciate. Only other artists will understand. Like these weird lines here that you put in to represent the bone and muscle that shape around the forearm, right? Is incredibly difficult to get right, to make the forearm look 3D and round. So you can see that the body curves around that way, around the arm. Only artists will understand what I'm talking about. But he's got it right, and that is a very difficult thing to get right.
He's been watching bodybuilding photos.
Yeah. But yeah, this looks cool. And if you're into the whole 80s thing, definitely, like this would be a must buy if you're like 80s, almost cyberpunk retro style, like
yeah, the font.
Yeah, the font, the color scheme, all of it. Just all of it.
That makes me think of Dragon Force.
Makes you think of what?
Dragon Force, that heavy metal band. They got a new album that looks exactly like that cover.
Yeah?
Yeah, it looks very same vibe, yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't really know anything about this. Like, this is another one that Kim Sabi has recommended, but it looks great. Really does. Looks cool.
I don't know if I recommend any. I might just see them and go, the artwork's good enough, or it looks like it's going to be cringe, so I back it because of this. This one
don't put my name on any of that.
Yeah, no, this one looks great. And the artwork looks fantastic. It's going to be just a straight up adventure.
That's cool.
For me, I think that the aesthetic and the artwork is the hook. Like, it doesn't really have a story hook that grabs me. And I know I've said that a couple of times today that like I'm disappointed this doesn't have a hook, but it is possible for a book to have so much flash, so much show, so much panache that you go, look, I don't really care what the story's about. It's going to be balls to the wall madness. Let's just see some big titties and some jack dudes throwing each other around with rocket boots and space trucks. So
I'm a big fan of fun. I'm a big fan of just fun escapism when it comes to books. Like I just want fun stories. You can make it horror, you can make it sci-fi, you can make it superheroes, you can make it any of that as long as I have fun. Whether or not it be scaring me or exciting me in one way or another. It's like I don't want to be lectured or anything. I just want to have a bit of fun and a bit of excitement while we read our books.
Yeah, and you see for sure this isn't going to be a lecture.
Yeah, no, definitely not. Comic books are just like any other medium. They're not a genre; they're a medium. It's like movies or TV shows or anything like that. As long as you entertain me, that's all we want. And like this just looks like good fun time.
Yeah, I just can't get over that artwork. It's just so pro. Everything's put together. Proportions are spot on. He really knows what he's doing.
I love that. I love it.
I would say I wouldn't be surprised if this dude actually is a part of his local amateur wrestling league. Yeah. Like more and more these days. Not everybody wants to go to WWE. Some people just want to wrestle because they think it's fun. They want the persona. They do it in the local gyms. One of my wife's friends is a lady wrestler, and she does covered in the pants.
I would assume that Animal is like his real name, his stage name, his persona. Because look, this looks like actual.
Yeah, and if you're wrestling to 50 people or 500 people, as long as you're enjoying yourself, and I like that. There a little bit there. He said there's a light swearing, but no F or C bombs. So that's good that he's sort of PG to upper level PG. So he's sort of grading it to say look how appropriate it is.
I kept one F-bomb in my entire story.
I got a stack of them, but I think it's appropriate.
Yeah, well,
I got a feel.
Turns out mine wasn't. Mine wasn't appropriate. Turns out. So Skip said the same thing. Everybody said the same thing. They were like, "You sure you want to have swear words in your book, Dan?"
Yeah. Whereas with Kel's book and with my book, I could see that it's like I think operators would probably cuss a blue streak, which is why I kept my eye in. And I think Kellaway's character is an ex-operator, so he'd be the same. Exhibition's the same.
Sheriff didn't swear.
Yeah, I think so. He's saying these guys are legit indie wrestlers from the US, which doesn't surprise me. They've got that look. They got that, and you could see, like, he knew how to take a bump. You could see that he wasn't just some dude chucking on a mask and jumping in the ring with his local wrestlers for a promo video. You could tell he knew how to land.
Yeah, that looked like they were at their local gym or something, and that's where it's probably like, mates that they all wrestle and train and stuff together anyway. And he was like, "Hey, you want to Australia with me?" Yeah,
around the Hunter Valley here, we had an indie league of wrestlers, and they do their shows every week. I didn't get along as much as I'd like because we just had the kids come along recently, but I'd love to see that sort of thing more frequently. If somebody does like a weekly wrestling show every Saturday night or every Friday night, they put on a 2-hour show or an hour show, and you get your $15 tickets and you rock up with your family and just you get to know the characters and they get to reoccur and have ongoing storylines, and that'd be
a good place. It's a good place to actually find those like ads, and you find flyers and things for them. You find them at Macca's. Not even joking, man. There's like pin boards at Macca's. It's usually near the doorway to the playground and stuff when you take your kids out there and things like that, right? And people put like flyers and all kinds of ads and stuff on there. And almost every single time I go into Macca's, I see Macca's is McDonald's for you Americans. I see like a flyer for some sort of like local wrestling.
Yeah, well, I don't think there's the interest here, unfortunately, but it's definitely something I'd like to see more of. But
well, anyway, we'll move on to the next one.
Yep.
Because this one is something I genuinely think looks awesome. I'm pretty sure I saw you backed this the other day, right?
I think everything I posted in here I've backed.
Oh, good man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm really big on South American aesthetics at the moment. Like that whole, I've always had a real interest in the aesthetic of Mexico, and now I'm moving even further down into South America and the whole Incan, Mayan, that way that you can merge that with future tech and that sort of thing. So I thought this is really cool style. It reminded me of, again, some of the stuff you'd see in Heavy Metal magazine back in the day.
All right. Well, yeah, let's give this trailer a watch and then we'll talk some shit about it. That's cool. I have some thoughts.
Go for it. Far be it for me to talk over top of you.
The art style, what's the word I'm looking for? It's inconsistent. There were some panels and pages where I was like, that's bloody incredible. I really like that. And then others where I was like, oh, what happened there? Was he drunk when he drew that? And that was in the trailer alone. So like, I'm sure I'm going to find something in here as I'm scrolling down. I'll find something. There you go. There's one. That in the trailer specifically, yeah. His face looks like a doll that someone is like, you know, when you were a kid, you'd push the face in of the doll.
Yeah, you can see the shading makes it look like it's going inwards.
Exactly. That's and that I saw that in the trailer and I was like, oh, what happened there? But see, and even in the panel right next to it, that face is perfectly fine right here. But then the face is kind of wonky, but like the kid's face, you know,
it's
and
the eye, isn't it?
Panel yeah, it's the eyes in the first face.
But in the second panel, where the eye comes in on a funny angle that makes it look like his face has been pushed in. If his other eye, it doesn't sit flat enough.
He's tried to squeeze the eye into the panel, where in actuality it should be half out of panel and much lower. Can you see my mouse? I'm not sure if my mouse is coming up on the screen. Where my mouse is where the eye should be, like just below where it actually is. And that nose as well. The nose is on the wrong angle. The nose should be pointing from here to here. Should be going from here to like here. Should be going.
It looks
more
like he's just gone straight in with the pens and just gone straight to inking instead of doing his construction lines. Like if he'd done his proper oval with the curved lines around it, where the eye line, nose line, and mouth line should be, he probably wouldn't have had that problem. But I love these.
And then
here.
I really like this. See.
A real Blade Runner, South American Blade Runner, Ghost in the Shell vibes. Like look
that looks great. That environment,
the coloring's fantastic. That one with the Jaguar they showed in the preview with the big pink splash pages. Fantastic color choices. Like everything's neon green and neon pink and neon orange. And
what an incredible contrast, right? Like I have nothing good to say about this page, and then I have nothing but good things to say about this page.
Yeah, spot on.
So I don't like this project. I don't know. I look forward to seeing your video about it. This is one of those ones that I'd be like, all right, this is going to be good to watch.
I love the design of that creature. It's very Metal Gear Solid 4.
Yeah, I have no complaints there at all. I really enjoy that like robot dog looking thing that it's got going on. It reminds me very much of the actual robot dog things that they're kind of building now in real life, except much more advanced. Yeah, like that's what it will look like in 20 years' time.
On a side note, Deadline reports that Oscar Isaac is the new Moon Knight.
Yep, I knew that. I heard that. I heard
him talking about it. I didn't know it had been confirmed. As long as he does a good job, I don't really care. I'm sick of race swapping, but I don't really care. Make him a little bit brown if he gives me a good Moon Knight movie.
I mean, Moon Knight's one of those ones you can get away with. It's like, who cares?
Yeah.
And
somebody
like, I genuinely like Oscar Isaac, so.
There's a picture of Aaron Eckhart and a picture of Moon Knight with his mask off, and it could have been the same dude. And some people said, it's a shame he wasn't just a little bit younger. Because he looks spot on like this Mark Spector on the cover. I don't know. How old is he? He's not that old. Surely they can get him on some HGH and get him to do some squats.
Oscar Isaac. Is really like this is some weird. I've never seen art style like this before. This is driving me insane, man. This is giving me like anxiety or something. Like this panel here, this third panel, that's great. Yeah, like a lot of people mess up the side angle view. Right, this guy hasn't, and he's very clever, dropping the chin off and stuff too. I used to do that. Don't worry, I know what you did there, man. He was screwing it up, so he cut it off. Right, that looks really good. But then on the same page, 2 panels across, look at this first panel. Like, what the hell is that? That looks like Joker just got hit in the face. I hate it. And I hate actually most of these. And like that looks like a racist caricature or something. You know, like someone's going to be offended by that picture. And
is it you, Dean? Are you offended by it?
No, not at all. Not at all. But yeah, see, like that's great.
Yeah,
it's so inconsistent, and it's driving me crazy because a lot of it is like wow, and then a lot of it is like wow. So
how's it going, Dean?
Wow. Yeah.
Oh, Wilson. Wow.
There hasn't been any of that yet.
Hey, Lee, are you going to give your son a mic and let him come on or what?
No, he's at school today. I got a jet and a half and go pick him up.
Yeah, I got to do the same.
Yeah, a lot of mixed feelings about this one. So it's up to you guys.
Live chat, including now hour when we weren't live. We've been streaming for nearly 5 hours.
Good
Look,
times.
three of us can talk shit all day. I don't think that's a problem. We've got plenty of
Why does
campaigns.
Kickstarter have hashtag Black Lives Matter underneath it?
Is there a political shit show?
And we'll end the show on that. Is it? Jump a couple next project. Let's smash through a few more before we got to go.
Yeah, I believe Black Lives Matter, so I don't believe Black Lives Matter.
What's this one?
What's this?
3?
No idea.
Well, no, this one's Saving the World number 3. So I did reviews on Saving the World 1 and 2.
Yep.
And it's about a. It's definitely a cheesecake book. Was that Kills?
Well, what's a cheesecake book?
Well, cheesecake being like fan service, like, you know, big titties and low cut tops and butt shots and that sort of stuff. So definitely panders
Big
that sort of thing.
Ripping onto the boob. That's all deliberate.
And he's slowly been building his readership and his reputation because he's delivered about 4 or 6 other books. 3 or 4 of his I've actually backed. There's a couple before this series that I didn't know about and I haven't backed, and he's getting better and better with each one. My interest in it is that I feel like it's just this girl who just she's just, you know, just typical sort of nerdy chick. And my problem with his writing was he's doing a lot of telling, not showing. He's just straight up saying, "Oh, hi, I'm Kira, and I'm totally nerdy, and I work at the comic shop, and I do this, and I like this, and I hate that." And I'm like, show that in dialogue. You know, instead of saying, "I love nerdy stuff," there's whole sections he could have just dropped the narration boxes and just had the dude come in and talk about magic cards for 2 panels. And you would have been, okay, cool, she's nerdy, she knows nerdy stuff, that's fine. You didn't have to tell me that stuff. So I've seen a progression and improvement of his writing and his ability over the couple of books that I've read of his. And he's part of a bigger mythos and a bigger universe, like some real LSD, like a straight up superhero story, but there's also this like LSD time travel stuff in a whole nother series, but they're connected. So I feel like he's connecting it all to make this bigger picture type thing. So he's working towards something bigger. So this girl's walking home from work. She just vanishes. She wakes up naked and somewhere else, and she runs home freaking out. And she's got this whole thing about like body image and everything. Without it being a political statement, she's just not happy with the body, being a woman, and a lot of women aren't. And she gets mad and turns around and punches the wall and punches a hole right through it. So whenever she gets mad, she hulks up and gets really big and muscular and gets super strong. And then it's her doing, it's something we've all seen before. Wow, what if someone in the real world got superpowers? And it's her experimenting with those powers and that sort of thing. But she finds out she's not the only one. There was hundreds of people around the world that disappeared at the same time and were dropped back onto Earth naked and with powers. So now she's like trying to work out who's good, who's bad, trying to get allies and see who the enemies are. So it's a little bit Heroes-ish, a little bit Rising Stars-ish, but it's also got some pretty good sort of quirky humor, a little bit of Whedon-esque sort of humor before that was a bad thing, a little bit Buffy-ish, a little bit. And the artwork's getting better. You know, there's some panels are really visceral and really good, and other panels are a bit wonky, but he's steadily getting better with each project.
That's always good.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, anyone, you know, he obviously wants to build a world with a bunch of superpowered characters. So you're going to need the cataclysm at the start, like, you know, the nuclear explosion that infected an entire city, or, you know, something like that. The Star Labs experiment in the Flash CW series, for example.
Yeah, to get a big number of them straight away without having to wait. You know, look at, like, you know, Spider-Man. Years and years they spent building up. Oh, Sandman fell into radioactive sand. Electro got hit with the lightning bolt while touching power lines. Every issue it was a new guy, and it took them years to build up a steady rogues gallery. With this big cataclysmic event, you can drop 60 characters and go, okay, cool, there's like 60, 50 dudes out there with powers. Deal with it. Cope.
Exactly right. And then you can introduce them all, you know, as you see fit. Like if you need a bunch of them all at once, bam, there's a bunch of them all at once.
Yeah, and have 4 or 5 of them team up and get together, or maybe they all got similar powers, Fantastic Four style, within an area. Imagine a bunch of dudes all getting out of but dude gets out of prison, and 4 or 5 of his mates pick him up, and they're like, "Hey, we're planning a job. I know you just got out of prison, but we're going to go do a job straight away. Like in the next week, we're ready to go." Maybe the dude that's getting out of prison is the boss. "Hey, boss, good to have you back. We've kept all the supplies and all the blueprints and everything. Let's go." Jump in the car as they're driving back, hit with arc reactor lightning or whatever it was in the Flash, and they all get different powers. Now you've got 5 or 6 dudes with superpowers roaming the city, causing trouble like the Wrecking Crew. That's a big problem.
Exactly right. Well, let's watch this trailer, because I've seen your videos on these. Like a lot of these reviews that if you've backed it and I haven't read it, but you've made a review, I've probably watched that review. So
cool. Thanks,
like I'm familiar. I'm
yeah,
on the outside, but like I'm familiar with this series. I know what it is.
Hello, my name is Tonic Mole, and this is
it's one of
the
those.
Saving the World #3 crowdfunding campaign. Saving the World is a shared universe superhero comic, but with sensibilities and influences from alternative comics, especially from the 90s, like Milk and Cheese and Ghost World and Love and Rockets. Those were major influences, but when I decided to start a comic book series, I wanted to also include influences from my youth, which is superheroes and the more mainstream stuff. So I kind of, all those influences kind of came together, which became Saving the World. Since this March, we have released 4 different comics: Saving the World #1, 2, Lily and Wepawet, and now Saving the World #3. The series primarily follows the adventures of Kira and Nora, who
maybe skip ahead,
wake
but
up
Dean,
with
I'm dying here.
superpowers, but they still have their everyday lives that they have to deal with. Kira has a Hello, my name is Tonic Mole, and this is the Saving the World #3 crowdfunding campaign. Kira and Nora explored the world, so that's very exciting to me, because throughout or you can just message me.
All right. Well, I would say, first of all, if you're going to do one of those videos, and I wouldn't, go through and edit out all your ums. It's real simple to get something like Windows Movie Maker or whatever it is, and just split the file whenever you say an and just cut to the next bit. There's plenty of YouTubers that do that. They go through and they have many takes because they cut all the ums out and they just jump to the next point. Now have your dot points there and just don't have any of those ums and don't ramble on. Just make your point what it is. But I wouldn't do one of those, hey, this is me and this is my history and this is what I've done and this is what I'm doing. I'd be doing like, bam, titty comics. Like that's a big draw of the book is the fact that Kira's got such big boobs and they get in the way, and it's something that I think that's one of the selling points of the book. I think it's some of the reason that people buy this book.
The narrative covers is what hooks me in. I do like the Ethan Van Sciver one, or where someone's talking over it and they're telling you what's going on.
Yeah. Even if you don't feel confident saying that stuff and you just want to do like text boxes come up in between. I find those annoying though because I read really quickly. So the text box comes up and it sits there for way too long. Come on, show me the next thing. So I actually backed the first book purely because of that first cover there. You see that purplish one. I'm not sure. I think it's maybe Sashi drew it. That Sashi chick that caused so much controversy.
Yep.
So I just saw that and I thought, it's like, she's a superhero. She's got powers, but maybe she's not so good at it. She's learning and she's a bit quirky, a little bit. When he said Milk and Cheese, that doesn't surprise me. It's very much that whole like Evan Dorkin Milk and Cheese type. The Tick, that whole Flaming Carrot, Mad Men in the 90s. There's all those sort of offbeat superhero books. I can definitely see this is like a descendant of that sort of thing. The thing about promoting it as a titty book though is that like some of the art's not consistent. So sometimes you're not going to buy it to perv on it. Like you're buying it for the occasional quirky laugh you get at the little one-liners, or the slowly building story to a bigger world. You wouldn't necessarily go, oh, you're going to buy this to jack off to it. Like it's not porn. It's not that visually appealing.
Yeah. All right. Well, yeah, I'm going to have to head off.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been quite a long stream, and I haven't even eaten. So
I've been eating all day.
All right, but yeah, it's always lovely talking to you, gentlemen. It's great jumping on the stream. I hope everyone enjoyed the show. And yeah, thanks for having me.
All right, Dean.
See you, boys.
Bye.
Yeah, everyone, thanks for stopping by. Hope you enjoyed the show. That's Kemosabe and Dean, and on Comics with Callaway. Sheriff Comics. I've got a book coming out. It's called The Sheriff. Not coming out yet. Still got to be all done and stuff, but it'll eventually come out. So yeah, stay tuned. We do streams quite regularly, and hope you enjoy the show. And yeah, thanks, guys.